Chapter 1184. True Dragon Weave, Skyward Palace. Wang Jian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Purple-Green Weave. Li Sai will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 6th Legion and subdue the Purple-Green Weave, Yang Chuan said as he sat on the dragon throne. We obey, Wang Jian and Li Sai answered. The Azure God King and the Violet God King had already been massacred. There were no powerful experts defending the weave. One was a martial artist, while the other was a scholar. These two were enough to subdue the barren lands. Meng Tian will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the barbarian dragon weave. Zhong Yi will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 1st Legion and the 7th Legion. Quickly subdue the barbarian dragon weave, Yang Chuan said. We obey, the two answered. The barbarian dragon Holy King was currently imprisoned in the Great Shun. Although it would take some time to subdue a leaderless weave, it would be extremely easy for Meng Tian. Bai Qi will be the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Heavenly Saber Weave. Yi Feng will be the deputy commander. You will lead the 2nd Legion and the 9th Legion. Quickly subdue the Heavenly Saber Weave, Yang Chuan said. We obey, the two answered. Song Tianzong was already under Bai Qi's command. Subduing the Heavenly Saber Weave would be easy. The most important thing was internal governance. Listen to Lu Buwei's arrangements for the newly promoted officials of the 5th examination. Head to the 3 borders and work with the 3 commanders-in-chief to open up new territories and govern the area, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Some of the officials at the end of the hall immediately answered. After the battle of the 5th examination, Yang Chuan's fame and the Great Shun's ferocious might would sweep through the entire outer eastern continent in an extremely short time. If nothing unexpected happened, no one would fight with the Great Shun for the 3 large weaves. Subduing the 3 large weaves might not take long. The most important thing was to merge the 3 weaves. Soon, the Great Shun would be able to occupy the 4 borders in the world of the living. Everything returned to normal. Yang Chuan brought ZZ to the north of Xianyang City. This was a newly opened quiet place. When Yang Chuan's group arrived, guards immediately came forward to welcome them. Greetings, Holy King. The group of guards greeted respectfully. Yang Chuan nodded. He walked toward the center. In the center was a huge statue of Goddess Jichen. She was holding her hands together, as if she was praying for something. Looking at Goddess Jichen's statue, Yang Chuan took a deep breath. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Greetings, Yama Emperor. Dog God, who had just arrived, said solemnly. From the first time he was saved by Yang Chuan until now, Yang Chuan had given Dog God too many surprises. Yang Chuan's strength was like a mystery in Dog God's eyes, which made Dog God take him seriously. There's a vein of the primordial dragon here. It's not a disgrace for Goddess Jichen to be buried here, Yang Chuan said. Yes, but unfortunately, the goddess will never come back. Sigh. Dog God sighed. Dog God, what are your plans? Now that you have broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there will be a wider world waiting for you. Are you going to stay here forever? Yang Chuan looked at Go Shen. Dog God's loyalty would not change even after 1,000,000 years. Yang Chuan still had a lot of respect for such a person. Dog God frowned and sighed. I haven't decided yet, but I would rather stay by Goddess Jichen's side. Yang Chuan nodded and said, sitting here makes your cultivation speed extremely slow. I'm here today because I hope that you can form an alliance with the Great Shan Empire and become the national beast of the Great Shan Empire. You can share the boundless fortune of the Great Shan Empire with me. Yang Chuan looked at Dog God with sincerity. Dog God was taken aback and looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. After a moment of silence, he said, Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. Ha ha ha, good. It's Great Shan's honor that you are willing to choose, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Dog God nodded gratefully. Over the past few days, Dog God had seen how powerful Great Shan was. Although he had just broken through to the ancestral immortal realm, there were still many people in Great Shan who were stronger than him. Still, Dog God was touched that Yang Chuan valued him so highly. Since you have become Great Shan's national beast, I'll give you this fate. Stay here and accompany Goddess Jichen. It will help you break through continuously. Yang Chuan handed over a jade box. This is. Dog God's expression changed. The moment he touched the jade box, Dog God felt a surge of energy of the same origin. Good use. Yang Chuan smiled. With that, Yang Chuan took Zizi and flew toward the palace. You're giving it to him just like that? Zizi asked worriedly. I believe in the character of a person who can persevere for 1,000,000 years just by guarding the tomb, Yang Chuan said with certainty. All right, as you wish. You're always right. Zizi smiled. How's Meow recently? Yang Chuan asked. It only knows how to sleep. It hasn't woken up yet. Zizi said. It's not that easy to comprehend hundreds of heavenly Tao. However, it's Meow, so it's a different story. Prepare more arowana. When it wakes up, it'll definitely want to eat it. Yang Chuan smiled. Got it. Zizi smiled. The two of them flew into the palace. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain. Outside the great Qin city. At the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a purple-robed man was standing there. His face was fair, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Behind him stood 10 grey-robed subordinates, who were staring at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. The Yellow Springs Road that connected heaven and earth. Great Shan Holy Court? Yellow Springs Road? The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, the purple-robed man shot toward the Yellow Springs Road. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was not far away from the Yellow Springs Road. Stop right there. A sudden shout came from the Yellow Springs Road. The sound wave carried a scorching aura as it charged toward the purple-robed man. Boom! The void shook slightly, and the purple-robed man's expression changed as he stopped. Whoosh! The golden-robed Jin Dayu suddenly stood in front of the purple-robed man. You're the Great Shan Holy Court's 3rd Army commander, Jin Dayu? The purple-robed man sized Jin Dayu up. Jin Dayu's expression was cold as he said, I don't care who you are. If you want to enter the Yellow Springs Road, you have to get the sage ruler's permission. Ha 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 ha, Yang Chuan's permission? The purple-robed man showed a trace of disdain. Jin Dayu narrowed his eyes and said, Step back, or I won't hold back. Ha 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 ha, won't hold back. I'd like to see how you're going to hold back. Yellow Springs Road? Ha, I'll force my way through the Yellow Springs Road today. What can you do to me? The purple-robed man said arrogantly. As he spoke, the purple-robed man took a step forward. Clang. Suddenly, a loud bell rang. In the sky above Jin Dayu's head, a huge bell rang. The sound wave of the bell rushed toward the purple-robed man. Originally, the purple-robed man was rather disdainful. However, when the sound wave spread, there was an unstoppable aura. The purple-robed man's expression changed. He quickly took a step forward and merged with the heavenly Tao. Boom! Even though he merged with the heavenly Tao, the huge force of the sound wave still pushed the heavenly Tao back by more than 100 feet. The purple-robed man's subordinates cried out in pain. Ah! The grey-robed subordinates covered their ears and rolled in pain. Bastard, do you know who I am? The purple-robed man glared and roared. Jin Dayu said coldly, I don't care who you are. The two of them instantly confronted each other. The bell also notified the experts of the Great Qin City. In the Great Qin City, Zombie Yang Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the bell rang. He immediately knew that something had happened. His face was gloomy as he led the officials out of the central palace. In the plaza in front of the central palace, Zombie Yang Chuan coldly looked at the Yellow Springs Road. Jin Dayu was blocking a purple-robed ancestral immortal. Where did this guy come from? Just as Yang Chuan was puzzled, among the officials, Chiliang Hua's expression changed. Reporting to the Holy King, this person is called Heavenly Lord Huatian. He's from the same clan as me. Chiliang Hua immediately said respectfully. Oh! Yang Chuan's expression softened. I came to contact him. Chiliang Hua said. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Chiliang Hua immediately looked at Director Yuan and shouted, Heavenly Lord Huatian. In the distance, Heavenly Lord Huatian, who was confronting Jin Dayu, raised his eyebrows and looked at Chiliang Hua in front of the central palace. He then looked at Yang Chuan. Ha! Chiliang Hua, you are indeed here. Heavenly Lord Huatian revealed a trace of mockery. Chiliang Hua raised his eyebrows and said, Heavenly Lord Huatian, the old ancestor said that each of us has our own fate. No one can interfere with each other. You want to destroy my fate. Your fate. Ha 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 ha. Chiliang Hua, your fate? Ha 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 ha, what a fate. In front of the old ancestor, you are so arrogant because of the old ancestor's favor. We have always been wondering what your fate will be. Will you be a subject of the heavenly court? Will you open your own heavenly court? Or will you open your own dojo? We have thought a lot, but we never thought that you would actually become a subject of the holy court. A subject of the holy court, ha 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 ha, Chiliang Hua, so your ambition is only this little? Heavenly Lord Huatian laughed. Chiliang Hua's face was cold. My matters are not for you to care. Heavenly Lord Huatian, if there is nothing else, please leave. Ha! Heavenly Lord Huatian revealed a trace of a sneer. Leave. I didn't want to come here, but the old ancestor said that I had no choice but to come. It's just that when I see your appearance, it really hurts my heart, ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Huatian said with a relieved smile. Chiliang Hua looked at him coldly and said, The old ancestor said? What did he say? The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. He asked me to call you back. At the same time, he asked me to give you, the master, an invitation. Heavenly Lord Huatian said with a smile. As he spoke, he threw out a green invitation. Who? The invitation flew straight at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan reached out and caught it. Pa! The invitation fell into his hand. Yang Chuan coldly looked at Heavenly Lord Huatian, then gently opened it. When he opened it, a vast aura suddenly rushed out. Great Sage King, Yang Chuan, I am indebted to you for taking care of my Hui son Chiliang. Living together in the eastern continent of the underworld, I have been friends with Yang Di for a long time. Next year, on the 5th of May, my 1,500,000th birthday, I specially invite Yang Di to come to my border for a meeting. Hua Mao welcomed it with open arms. Heavenly Lord Huatian, Pa. Yang Chuan closed the invitation. Sage, Heavenly Lord Huatian. Zombie Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Chiliang Hua respectfully said, Sage King, this is my old ancestor. He wants to invite you to a banquet. What does the Sage King think? With a slight smile, Yang Chuan said, Since the sage invited me, I will naturally take a look at the sage of this world. After speaking, Yang Chuan looked at Heavenly Lord Huatian in the distance and said, Go back and tell him that I will go. To Heavenly Lord Huatian, Yang Chuan was not polite. With one sentence, Heavenly Lord Huatian was annoyed. Go back and tell him? What kind of tone is this? Am I your servant? Chapter 1185. Go back and pass on the message? Am I your servant? Huatian Lord's eyes widened, then he sneered, Good, good, good. Da Zhen, Yang Chuan? Other than the old ancestor, you are the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Little Da Zhen, who do you think you are? I. Lord Huatian angrily vented his strong dissatisfaction. However, Yang Chuan didn't listen to his complaints. He turned around and led the officials back to the central hall. Hua Tianjun, who was halfway through his scolding, suddenly stopped and his face stiffened. Was he completely ignored? Completely. After Yang Chuan gave his orders, he ignored him? Left. Do you have any manners? Hua Tian Lord roared in his heart. Hua Tian Lord's face flushed red. Yang Chuan is humiliating me. He is humiliating me. This was the first time Hua Tian Lord was ignored like this. Although Yang Chuan didn't say a word, it was more ruthless than anything. I don't even want to talk to you. Hua Tian Lord, that little bitch, how did she find such a strange and arrogant master? Doesn't she know that I am an ancestor immortal? Roar. Hua Tian Lord panicked. Yang Chuan stepped into the main hall. Hua Tian Lord entered after Hua Tian Lord, who was in the distance. Hua Tian Lord, you should go back and report to the old ancestor, Hua Tian Lord said indifferently. After speaking, Hua Tian Lord also stepped into the main hall. After going through the world's examination, Hua Tianlord's understanding of Diazhen increased by another level. However, this level was enough for Yang Chuan to put on airs. Moreover, Desolation Hua also understood that the reason why Yang Chuan ignored Lord Hua Tian was to vent his anger for him. Hua Tianlord, you bastard, you dare to humiliate me, Hua Tianlord said hatefully. However, everyone had already returned to the central hall. Only Jin Dayu coldly looked at Hua Tianlord. All right, stop shouting. You should leave, Jin Dayu said in a low voice. After being angered by Yang Chuan and Hua Wuliang, Lord Hua Tian had nowhere to vent his anger. At this moment, Jin Dayu's cold shout was like tar on fire. Bastard, today I want to enter the Yellow Springs Road. What can you do about it? Lord Hua Tian was immediately enraged. Jin Dayu suddenly smiled faintly and said, if you can defeat me, I naturally have nothing to say. Oh. Lord Hua Tian narrowed his eyes. Since you're willing, please. This place is close to the great Qin city, so don't disturb the Holy King. Come with me, Jin Dayu said as he stepped forward. Hua Tianjun had a belly full of anger. Entering the Yellow Springs Road was secondary, but what he wanted the most right now was to beat someone up. There was no need to provoke him at all. He stepped forward and followed Jin Dayu to the south, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naturally, his subordinates quickly followed. South of the myriad ghost weave, above a vast sea. As the heavenly Tao was established, an intense battle swept up torrential storms and tsunamis. Bell tolled everywhere, and only after 10 hours did everything stop. A golden light flew back to the myriad ghost weave. Not long after, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. At the Yellow Springs Road, Shu Fu saw Jin Dayu return. General Jin, how was it? Shu Fu asked with a smile. His ancestral immortal position must have been obtained because he had a good ancestor. His ancestral immortal position is definitely not empty, Jin Dayu said with a smile. No wonder the Holy King favored Hua Wuliang. He has pride, but no pride. How can he be respected? Shu Fu nodded and smiled. At this moment, above the myriad ghost weave's southern sea. Roar. Jin Dayu, Yang Chuan, roar. Angry roars swept up torrential waves. 10 subordinates stood not far away, trembling in fear. Lord Huatian's hair was disheveled, and his face was bruised. Most of his clothes were tattered, and he looked battered and exhausted. Clearly, Jin Dayu had taught him a lesson. Sullen. Lord Huatian's eyes were filled with sullenness and anger. Hua Wuliang, you bitch, just you wait. The old ancestor doesn't allow people of the same race to kill each other, but I can find someone. I'll go find the Zhou family. Yes, the Zhou family has always valued me. I want the Zhou family to avenge me. Roar. Lord Huatian roared. Let's go. Lord Huatian roared. A group of 11 people walked towards the west. Myriad Ghost Weave, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Hua Wuliang stepped out and said, Holy King, although this subject's old ancestor's birthday celebration will not be too high profile, the major forces around the Outer East continent may attend. Oh! The Netherworld has 6 continents, divided into the Outer East continent, Outer South continent, Outer West continent, and Outer North continent. There are also 2 continents that face each other, called the Inner North continent and the Inner South continent. The Zhou family of the Inner South continent should be invited. Because the old ancestor and the Zhou family are quite close, Hua Wuliang explained. Among the officials, Yin Henshin's lips curled into a trace of hatred. Zhou family. Secondly, the Kong family of the Outer South continent may also be invited. Hua Wuliang explained. Kong family? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the demon King Kong that Holy King faced in the sealed realm is from the Kong family. Hua Wuliang nodded. Yang Chuan nodded. As for the others, I'm not sure, Hua Wuliang said. After Hua Wuliang finished speaking, Yin Hentian suddenly stepped out from among the officials. Holy King, Yin Hentian shouted. Yang Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. The Holy King's territory, the revered Heaven territory, is close to another territory, the Azure Heaven territory. I humbly request Holy King to accompany me and stay in the Azure Heaven territory for a while. Yin Hentian said with melancholy. The Azure Heaven territory? Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. The Azure Heaven is already dead. Holy King's guess was right. The Azure Heaven of the past was called Mysterious. He was a powerful cultivator in this world and coincidentally obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Tao. He was promoted to the Heavenly Tao and controlled everything in this world. He was the Azure Heaven. The Azure Heaven territory was his training ground in the past. I would like to pay my respects to him and fulfill my wish, Yin Hentian said. Mysterious? Yang Chuan's expression changed. In the past, in the Inspiration territory, when old demon Bai Xie escaped, he had cursed the person who killed him. He seemed to be called Mysterious. Was it the Azure Heaven who killed old demon Bai Xie? Yin Hentian looked at Yang Chuan and thought for a while. He did not hide anything and said, Holy King, I am going to the Azure Heaven territory for a personal matter. It was something that the Azure Heaven asked my Yin family's ancestor to do. Yang Chuan nodded and said, since that is the case, follow me. Yes. Thank you, Holy King, Yin Hentian said gratefully. Hua Wuliang looked at Yin Hentian with a slightly changed expression. Every time he mentioned his ancestor, Yin Hentian did not seem to have a good impression of him. Could it be because of the Zhuo family? Hua Wuliang did not say anything and returned to the officials. Yang Chuan also gave some instructions on the matters of Great Zhen. Then, he left the Great Qin city. The dragon carriage pulled Yang Chuan, Gigu Zi, Hua Wuliang, and Yin Hentian towards the south. They were going to attend Sage Hua Zuantian's birthday celebration. At this moment, the only difference was that there were no longer 2 dragons pulling the dragon carriage. Instead, there were 3 dragons pulling the dragon carriage towards the south. Chapter 1186. Netherworld, Eastern Continent, Firmament Territory. Although heaven was already dead, heaven was still very important in the hearts of the people in the world. It controlled everything in the world. It represented everything in the world. It had protected the world for countless years. Thus, even though the worship of the heavens had been going on for 1,000,000 years, it had never stopped. After a few months, Yang Chuan's dragon carriage finally arrived at the border of Firmament Territory. Roar, roar, roar. 3 dragon roars were heard, and countless cultivators at the border of Firmament Territory looked over in shock. The 3,000-meter-long dragons charged over with an incomparably majestic aura. Dragon carriage? Where did that come from? Thousands of feet-long dragons? That's at least the level of an ancient immortal. 3 ancient immortals pulling a carriage? Are they from the Eastern Continent? Yang Chuan's dragon carriage drove into the Firmament Territory amidst countless discussions. On the balcony of the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan, Gui Guzi, Hua Qiliang, and Yin Hentian looked into the distance. Let's go to Heavenly Palace, Yin Hentian said. I know it. The 7 demons shouted immediately. The 7 demons knew it, so Yin Hentian did not need to say much. The dragon carriage was driving inside. At the same time, in a palace in Firmament Territory. Inside the palace, there were 2 men standing there. One of them was covered in blood, and his face was as red as a sheet. Beneath his feet was a pool of blood. Wherever he went, this pool of blood followed, looking incomparably malevolent. The other man, if Yang Chuan was here, he would recognize him. He was the one who had targeted Yang Chuan twice and ended in tragedy. Elder, there are more and more experts gathering in Venerable Heaven Territory. Also, I saw people from the Dugu family, Gongyang Ben Lei said respectfully. The blood-faced man squinted his eyes and said, Dugu family? Haha, this birthday celebration is going to be exciting. Oh, wasn't the Dugu family invited by Venerable Heaven? Gongyang Ben Lei said in surprise. Of course not. The relationship between the Dugu family and the Huazuan Heaven is not good at all. Although the Dugu family is in the Yang Realm's southern outer continent, the southern outer continent has the road to the Yellow Springs. Just you wait, there will be a good show when the time comes. The blood-faced man sneered. Since Elder has said so, then it must be so. Elder, this time, The punishment of the clan was averted because of Elder's intercession. Ben Lei thanks Elder. Gongyang Ben Lei said respectfully. Punishment. You do need to punish me. Those two disciples of mine, Gongyang Benhong and Gongyang Bentian, were killed by me. In the end, they both died together with you. The blood-faced man said coldly. Gongyang Benlei panicked and immediately shouted, Elder, it has nothing to do with me. It was Dongfang Bubai and Yang Chuan who killed them. I want to save them, but I'm not strong enough. The blood-faced man coldly looked at Gongyang Benlei. He took a deep breath and said, Dongfang Bubai? You were lucky to be able to escape from him. As for Yang Chuan, because I left in a hurry, I didn't take a look. How is his strength? Him. Peak Ancient Immortal and has Qing Tian Dao. He is the one who fixed Qing Tian Dao. Gongyang Ben Lei immediately said. Peak Ancient Immortal? Since that is the case, there is nothing to worry about. Qing Tian Dao? So what if it is? The blood-faced man said arrogantly. Of course, Elder is an ancestral immortal. Dealing with ancient immortals isn't easy. Gongyang Ben Lei immediately smiled apologetically. Go back and find Yang Chuan. Right now, the most important thing is to find the emperor for me. We chased him all the way here. The emperor is near these territories. We must find him. The blood-faced man said. Yes, but Elder, why do you want to find the emperor? When he passed by my Gongyang family, he was only a great immortal. I heard that he was only strong in the Saber Dao. How can a great immortal enter Elder's eyes? Gongyang Ben Lei was confused. Great immortal? That was 4,000 years ago. How can he still be a great immortal? What do you know? Do you know who her father is? Who? The scar on Gongyang Zi's face was left behind by her father. What? The family head's scar? Gongyang Ben Lei exclaimed. Her father is dead, so the emperor must have inherited his father's supreme saber intent. It is enough for a woman to take care of her husband and children. What is the point of passing down the supreme saber intent to her? Find him. The blood-faced man said coldly. Yes, but Elder, the other elders of the Gongyang family don't know about this, right? Gongyang Ben Lei asked carefully. The blood-faced man's face suddenly sank. If this news is leaked, I will be the first to kill you. Gongyang Ben Lei immediately said, Don't worry, Elder. No one will know. Millimeter. The blood-faced man nodded. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the palace. Found him? The blood-faced man's face lit up. Yes, Elder, said the messenger. Although we didn't see the emperor, we did see some of his disciples near the celestial palace. They went to offer sacrifices to the firmament. They should be finished by now. Our people are keeping an eye on them. Good, let's go. Bring me there. The blood-faced man said excitedly. Yang Chuan's dragon chariot headed straight for the Deva Palace. The three dragons moved at an extraordinary speed, riding the clouds. Soon, the dragon chariot arrived at the so-called Deva Palace. Countless mountains and rivers surrounded the place, giving off a bright light. When the cultivators flew near, they all descended from their clouds as if they were paying respect to the heavens. The three dragons also slowly descended from their clouds. They landed in a huge valley. There were many palaces around the valley. At the center, there was a sacrificial altar covered in talisman scripts. At this moment, a white palace floated above the sacrificial altar. This palace was called the Deva Palace. At this moment, many cultivators were paying respects around the sacrificial altar. Some were kneeling, some were mourning. This place was very solemn. Holy King, this official will go and pay respect. Yin Hentian said gravely. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Holy King, since we are here, this official will also go and pay respects. After all, when this official was young, the old ancestor brought me here many times. Every time, we would pay respects to the heavens. Hua Wuli said coldly. Go, then. Yang Chuan nodded. The two flew over to the sacrificial altar. They looked at the Deva Palace above them. Hua Wuli took out some fresh flowers and placed them outside the sacrificial altar. Then, he bowed respectfully. As for Yin Hentian, he knelt down, a melancholy look flashing in his eyes. Heavens, the descendants of the Yin clan are here to pay respects again. Yin Hentian's eyes moistened. As Yin Hentian spoke, he knelt before the sacrificial altar. Countless people were paying respects in all directions. However, very few were kneeling. The two's worship did not cause much of a commotion. After all, there were too many people paying respects here. In the distance, Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi stood on the chariot. It has been 1,000,000 years, but there are still so many people paying respects. In the end, there are still many people in this world who are grateful. Yang Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Hey! Gui Guzi raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Holy King, the surrounding mountains and rivers seem to have been moved by someone. Gui Guzi said doubtfully as he looked at the countless mountains and rivers outside the valley. Oh! The dragon vein there should have been moved less than 100 years ago. The dragon vein here should have been moved within 1,000 years. And there. Gui Guzi continued to count. This should be an empty training ground. Did someone pay a huge price to set up a feng shui array here? Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Holy King, I'm afraid it's not a feng shui array. Some feng shui masters have been moving the dragon vein here. Perhaps they are looking for something, Gui Guzi said after taking a deep breath. Moreover, this technique is from the Zhuo clan, Gui Guzi added. The Zhuo clan? What are they looking for? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure. Gui Guzi shook his head. Yang Chuan looked around, then turned to look at the Deva Palace in midair. As he looked at it, Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. What? Did you find what the Zhuo clan is looking for? Gui Guzi asked in surprise. That's too fast. No, it shouldn't be what the Zhuo clan is looking for, but it is what I am looking for, Yang Chuan said in surprise. Without waiting for Gui Guzi's reply, Yang Chuan extended his palm and struck the Deva Palace. A cyan energy palm struck the Deva Palace. The experts in the surroundings all had their mouths wide open. What's going on? Who has the guts to do that? Who dares to attack the object of worship? Boom. The door of the Deva Palace was slammed open by Yang Chuan's palm. The experts who were originally reciting their respective eulogies all stopped abruptly. Countless experts who were silently mourning and kneeling on the ground stiffened. Even Yin Hentian and Hua Qiliang were stunned. The Deva Palace floating on the altar was the former Dao Palace of Firmament. In everyone's eyes, the Deva Palace was Firmament's tomb. Did he just dig up Firmament's tomb in front of everyone? The 7 demons, Dragon Fifth, and Torvosaurus also looked into the distance with their mouths agape. What is Yang Chuan doing? Bastard, what are you doing? Destroying the Deva Palace and insulting Firmament. Are you trying to make the whole world your enemy? Kill him and pay tribute to Firmament. Countless experts cried out in surprise. Yang Chuan ignored them and looked at the door of the Deva Palace that he had opened. Inside the Celestial Palace, it was empty. There was nothing, but there was a huge coffin. My world-suppressing coffin. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Oh, it's the sky-burying coffin, the 7 demons exclaimed. The 7 demons knew that Yang Chuan had the same coffin. There's one here too. News of this place quickly spread in all directions. In a valley not far from the Deva Palace. There were many palaces in the valley. Not good, ancestor. Someone broke into the Deva Palace. A cultivator rushed into the valley and shouted. What? Who dares to do that? Are they trying to steal the sky-burying coffin that the Zhuo family put in? Ha, from the moment the Zhuo family put it in, the sky-burying coffin represented Firmament's corpse coffin. Who dares to touch it? Even a sage wouldn't dare to touch it. Countless men in green robes walked out of the palaces. In the largest palace, 2 people walked out. One of them was a green-haired man with a cold face. Beside him was Lord Huatian, who had been beaten up by Jin Dayu not long ago. Brother Zhuo, the Zhuo family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Who dares to destroy it today? Ha, let's go and see who dares to do that. Lord Huatian laughed. Chapter 1187. The gates of the heavenly human palace opened wide. The experts around the altar were furious as they glared at the dragon chariot. Bastards, do you think you can blaspheme the heavens? A white-robed old man's eyes flashed with anger. He threw a punch at the dragon chariot. Gooey Goozy waved his hand. A yellow dragon-shaped energy emerged from the ground and collided with the energy fist. Boom! The yellow dragon shattered the energy fist. Roar! The yellow dragon roared. The dragon vein. The white-robed old man raised his eyebrows. The white-robed old man was not the only one. Many experts surrounded the chariot. A large number of energy fists, energy swords, and energy sabers shot toward the dragon chariot. Gooey Goozy waved his hand again. The ground churned again. Roar! 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 For a time, hundreds of dragon-shaped energy beams shot out from the ground and bombarded the chariot. Gooey Goozy controlled the dragon vein to defend against the attacks. Yang Chuan looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the heavenly human palace. He waved his hand, and the heaven-burying coffin slowly flew up. Bastard! The experts around him were furious. However, none of them were peerless experts. Under Gooey Goozy's defense, there was no way he could stop Yang Chuan's movements. The heaven-burying coffin flew out of the heavenly human palace and toward Yang Chuan. The experts were anxious. The seven Banes, Dragon Fifth, and Torvosaurus did not know what to say. Yin Hentian and Chiliang Hua also looked at this scene in confusion, but they did not stop him. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Boom! A powerful aura pressed down on the dragon chariot. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows, but he ignored it and continued to grab. Boom! Yang Chuan grabbed the heaven-burying coffin. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The angry shout rang out again. Streaks of sword chi charged towards the earth dragon vein. Rumble! A strong wind blew around the dragon chariot, sending sand and rocks flying. This was the aura of an ancestral immortal. It was extremely violent. Countless experts immediately looked over. Hundreds of azure-robed men stood in midair. Of the two people in the lead, one had green hair, the other wore purple robes. The person who shouted was the green-haired man. The green-haired man looked coldly at the dragon carriage. Ha ha ha, so it's you guys. Who a desolation, you've got guts. I wonder what the old ancestor will say after you report this to him. Rob the heavenly corpse coffin? The purple-robed heaven-transforming monarch sneered. Brother Hua, do you know them? The blue-haired man frowned. Brothers were. This daring person who stole the sky corpse coffin is the Yang Chuan I told you about. Lord Huatian said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan? Are you Yang Chuan? My nephew, Zhuo Tianhun, died at your hands in the myriad ghost weave, the green-haired man asked with a glare. And who are you? Yang Chuan asked indifferently. At this moment, Yang Chuan did not panic in the slightest. He was still as calm as ever. This is the Zhuo clan's ancestral immortal, Zhuo Qing. Yang Chuan, you've got guts. You even dare to steal the sky corpse coffin? Do you want to become enemies with the entire world? Lord Huatian sneered. The sky corpse coffin? What a big hat. Who said it was the sky corpse coffin? What proof do you have? Yang Chuan smiled. I am the proof. Zhuo Qing angrily rebuked. Oh. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. My Zhuo clan found this coffin 10,000 years ago and placed it inside. It's called the sky-burying coffin, Zhuo Qing said coldly. Ha ha ha, the sky corpse coffin fell 1,000,000 years ago. You placed it 10,000 years ago, yet you say it's the sky corpse coffin? Are you stupid, or do you think everyone in the world is stupid? Yang Chuan said coldly. After Yang Chuan finished speaking, the people who had been targeting Yang Chuan fell into deep thought. But even more people were glaring at Yang Chuan. Ha ha ha, if I say it's the sky corpse coffin, then it is. During the ancient calamity, the sky corpse coffin fell and was buried in the sky-burying coffin. That's why this coffin is called the sky-burying coffin, Zhuo Qing said coldly. What else? Yang Chuan said indifferently. What else? Zhuo Qing asked. Not far away, Desolation Flower immediately said, Zhuo Qing, are you trying to change the topic? The sky-burying coffin from back then was not this one. Desolation Flower's words caused more people to frown. So what? The sky-burying coffin turned into 9, and this is one of them. That's enough. The Sky Corpse coffin disappeared, but it must be inside. The Zhou clan has already tried their best to find one. This is the Sky Corpse coffin, Zhou Qing shouted. Are you there? Yang Chuan said indifferently. Bang! The lid of the sky-burying coffin suddenly opened. How dare you? Shocked and angry voices came from all around. However, after opening the coffin lid, everyone was slightly stunned because the coffin was empty. Zhou clan, haha, an empty coffin, and you call it the Sky Corpse coffin. How shameless are you? I think the coffin here is fake. Doing unrighteous things is the real thing. Yang Chuan shouted coldly. Unrighteous things? The expressions of countless cultivators changed. What was going on? The Zhou clan had been guarding the tomb conscientiously and even found the Sky Corpse coffin 10,000 years ago. How did it become unrighteous things? Many people did not believe Yang Chuan, but some people kept quiet. They waited and watched. Unrighteous things? Haha, my Zhou clan has guarded the tomb for 1,000,000 years. Everything we have done here is worthy of heaven and earth, worthy of the people, worthy of the dead sky. How can we tolerate slander? Zhou Qing glared. Most of the surrounding people stood on the Zhou clan's side. Anxiety flashed in Hua Wuling's eyes. Digging up Sky's tomb was challenging the bottom line of all the experts in the world. If they were not careful, they would become enemies with the entire world. Hua Wuling was anxious. However, Zhou Qing was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to force Yang Chuan to death on the basis of righteousness. There was no need for him to do anything. At that time, the entire world would find trouble with Yang Chuan. Just at this moment, Yin Hentian, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. He smiled coldly and said, Slander, you are the one slandering. Yin Hentian shouted coldly, and the surrounding people immediately revealed curious expressions. Who are you? Zhou Qing asked coldly. Who am I? Ha 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 ha, who am I? 1,000,000 years ago, when Sky was still here, no one dared to ask my clan members such a question. Today, 1,000,000 years later, no one knows me. Zhou Qing, I am Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian said coldly. Yin Hentian? Zhou Qing and Lord Hua Tian were confused. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Yin Hentian in confusion. Yin Hentian smiled coldly and said, You have chased after my Yin clan for 1,000,000 years. Zhou Qing, do you really not know? Yin clan? Zhou Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. Yin clan's remnant evil? The main culprit that caused Sky to fall? Zhou Qing suddenly shouted. Shut up. My Yin clan is indebted to Sky. We speak for Sky, organize the world, and issue orders to the world. We have never betrayed Sky. When Sky fell, the servants betrayed us, causing the Yin clan to be chased by the world. You are a group of vile people who betray their masters. Yin Hentian suddenly said hatefully. Humph. Who is a vile person? You are not allowed to speak nonsense. Thinking about it, my nephew died because of you. Humph. Today, I will represent Sky and destroy you, Yin clan's remnant evil. Zhou Qing shouted. Zhou Qing stretched out his hand and attacked Yin Hentian. Gui Gu's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared before Yin Hentian. Then, he raised his palm to meet the sky. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the void trembled violently. A storm raged, and many cultivators were immediately thrown to the ground. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move when you haven't said anything clearly? Could it be that your Zhou clan is really guilty? You want to silence us? Gui Guzi laughed. Not far away, Hua Qiliang revealed a trace of surprise. He had never seen Gui Guzi fight before, but he was actually able to casually block Zhou Qing's punch. Beside him, Lord Hua Tian narrowed his eyes. Great Shen. This was the second ancestral immortal that Lord Hua Tian had seen. Why was there no description of this in the previous information? Lord Hua Tian looked at Hua Qiliang strangely. What did this little bitch know that made her join Great Shen? The restlessness of the surrounding experts suddenly calmed down. Although many people were still glaring at Yang Chuan, more people wanted to see what was going on. Perhaps the cultivation of the surrounding experts was not high. Of course, there might be experts with high cultivation who did not make a move. However, the surrounding experts came from all over the world, at least from all over the outer eastern continent. The matter today would definitely spread throughout the entire outer eastern continent. Guilty. Mph, it's impossible for you to protect the remnants of the Yin clan. No one in the world can tolerate them, Zhuo Qing said coldly. Gui Guzi was not angry. Instead, he said indifferently, the Zhuo clan's heaven-burying coffin attracted the attention of others, making them think that your Zhuo clan is a clan that respects the heavens the most. Therefore, the Zhuo clan will not be criticized by others for moving the mountains, rivers, and lands. Now, you can avoid the gazes of others and search for what you want, right? What? There were already Xiuzhe in the surroundings who were shocked. Indeed, the Zhuo clan had moved the dragon veins around these years. However, no one paid much attention to it, thinking that the Zhuo clan might have done it out of respect for the heavens. But, what a joke. Zhuo Qing's eyes shrunk, but she still scolded Gui Guzi. Behind Gui Guzi, Yin Hentian laughed coldly. Is it a joke? It's not a joke at all. Back then, the Zhuo clan was only a servant of my Yin clan. Although they heard some words, they were just words. How can you find what is hidden here? Other than the heavens and my Yin clan, no one knows. Know what? What are we looking for? Zhuo Qing was still stubborn. As for Huatian Lord and Hua Qiliang, they were confused. What was it? Was there something here? Yin Hentian laughed coldly. Keep pretending. My Yin clan was deceived by your face back then. Mph, this is also the reason why I am here today. Entrusted by the heavens, I have waited 1,000,000 years for the disciples of my Yin clan to return to the Heaven Human Palace. I'm going to expose your hypocrisy in front of everyone, Yin Hentian scolded. Those who were originally on Zhuo Qing's side started to waver. I don't know what you are talking about, Zhuo Qing said in a low voice. Yin Hentian smiled. It's okay. You will see it soon. However, you might be disappointed. The thing that your Zhuo clan has been waiting for 1,000,000 years for is not what you think it is. Zhuo Qing squinted her eyes. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed curious looks. As for Yin Hentian, he flung his robe and stepped onto the altar. Some of the cultivators wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, they held themselves back. The Yin clan, the Zhuo clan? Many people had heard of them, but they knew too little. 1,000,000 years had passed. Who knew what had happened back then? The powerful Zhuo clan was originally a servant of the Yin clan. This news was enough to shock many people. Hua Qiliang and Huatian Lord were curious. At this moment, Zhuo Qing did not stop them. The Zhuo clan had heard that there was something extremely important left behind by the heavens. However, they had searched for 1,000,000 years and found nothing. 10,000 years ago, they had paid a huge price and used the sky-burying coffin to stir up the sorrow of the world's experts. They had secretly moved mountains and dug tens of thousands of miles to search, but they still found nothing. The Yin clan. The remnants of the Yin clan knew about it. Zhuo Qing waited for Yin Hentian to find it. Zhuo Qing was not worried that this group of people would snatch it and run away. At least they knew about the myriad ghost domain. Moreover, the Zhuo clan had some people in the neighboring domain. If they could find the thing left behind by the heavens, it would not be difficult to take it back. Moreover, the Zhuo clan had a strong backing. Yin Hentian stood on the altar and looked at the Heaven Human Palace. Mr. Gui Guzi, please help me, Yin Hentian said. Oh. Please guide the Tianfu, Tianliang, Tianji, Tiantong, Tianxiong, Seven Kill, and Southern Meteor to the Heaven Human Palace, Yin Hentian said. Astral power? Zhuo Qing's expression changed. The Zhuo clan had thought of many methods, but they had never thought of astral power. No, they might have thought of it, but they did not put it into action. After all, the stars were too far away. Moreover, they needed a few specific stars. How could they guess? Gooey Goozy nodded. Astral power? In the past, when he was immortal, he could use astral power to increase his strength. However, there was no need for that now because the power of the path of heaven was many times greater than that of astral power. Gooey Goozy was indeed a feng shui master. He reached out his hand and waved at the sky. The 6 stars in the starry sky that could be seen with the naked eye seemed to light up in an instant. Buzz! 6 beams of light shot straight down into the Deva Palace in an instant. The heaven-human palace turned from white to emerald green in an instant. Then, the emerald green light rushed to the altar below Yin Hentian. Buzz! The altar also turned emerald green in an instant. Yin Hentian cast a spell in his hands. Suddenly, some of the runes on the altar started to move. In the green light, they floated upwards. About 100,000 runes floated in mid-air. They floated in the air and slowly rotated into a ball. They rotated slowly and densely. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. This thing is not underground or in the heaven-human palace, but in the air. Zhuo Qing muttered to herself with a pale face. How could they find it if it was hidden in the air? Boom! Countless runes exploded with a loud bang. Then, a crack seemed to appear in the void. From the crack, 13 colors of light shone out. It was extremely beautiful. Crack, 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 crack. The crack grew bigger and bigger. It was as if a cocoon was about to break open. Yin Hentian bowed at the crack and said, "Butterfly Queen, the firmament has told the Yin clan that if the firmament falls, the Yin clan will let you out. The Yin clan has declined and can only return here after 1,000,000 years. Butterfly Queen, you are about to come out." Butterfly Queen. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed confused looks. Desolation Hua and Lord Huatian looked at this scene in surprise. Zhuo Qing's face changed. Butterfly Queen. Crack, 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 crack. The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger. Just as the cocoon was about to break open, "It smells so good. What is this smell? Yeah, what is this strange smell?" A large number of cultivators were confused. At this moment, the butterflies in the firmament territory suddenly stopped. They stopped collecting honey, drinking water, flying, and sleeping. Instead, they flew toward the heaven-human palace as if they had been summoned. Not only in the firmament territory, but in the entire outer east continent, as long as there were butterflies, whether they were living butterflies or hell butterflies, all of them were summoned. As time passed, the countless butterflies in the netherworld and the mortal realm began to tremble as they flew higher and higher into the air. They all flew into the people's sight. At this moment, it was as if all the butterflies in the world had appeared. It was as if there was a rain of butterflies in all directions, dancing endlessly in the air. Chapter 1188. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent. Tongtian stepped out of the roaming Jade Palace and looked at the surroundings. Countless butterflies danced in the sky as if they were extremely happy. Some butterflies even flew in front of Tongtian. Tongtian stretched out his finger and allowed the butterflies to land. The butterfly race is enlightened and is responding to the heavens and earth. It seems like a powerful being has appeared in the butterfly race. Tongtian looked at the countless butterflies and sighed. In the West Outer Continent, Wu Jiong looked at the countless butterflies flying into the imperial city with a serious expression. In the Northeast Outer Continent, Dongfang Bubai looked at the butterflies in confusion. Old Demon Bai Xie walked out of a hall and looked at the butterflies. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Butterfly Queen. She has appeared as well. Netherworld. Firmament territory. Under the Deva Palace. Countless cultivators were staring at the crack in the void as if a giant void cocoon was breaking open. Crack, 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 boom. The giant cocoon in the void exploded with a loud bang. Endless 13-colored light quickly lit up the heavens and earth. Everyone suddenly realized that the place they were standing on had undergone an earth-shattering change. Other than the altar and the Deva Palace, the original mountains and rivers had all disappeared and turned into a grassland. On the grassland, countless butterflies danced and a strange fragrance lingered. At the center, there were 2 pairs of huge blue wings. Whoosh! The blue wings spread out, revealing a woman in a gorgeous blue silk robe. The woman's hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck and exquisite face. It was as if all the beauty in the world had gathered into one. The woman was extremely beautiful. As she stepped on the void, she was incomparably holy. For a moment, many cultivators were mesmerized. The woman hugged the two pairs of huge blue butterfly wings behind her. At this moment, many cultivators were immersed in the woman's gentle beauty. Not only the male cultivators, but even the female cultivators were mesmerized. Many people were confused. There was such a perfect woman in the world. Many people were mesmerized, but some quickly sobered up. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. An illusion? Giguzi also nodded. Holy King, this butterfly queen's cultivation is not to be underestimated. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her blue pupils were like a deep pool of water. For a moment, countless cultivators were attracted to her. Even Lord Huatian and Zhuo Qing were looking at the woman with infatuation and yearning. The current head of the Yin family, Yin Hentian, congratulates the butterfly empress on escaping. Yin Hentian said solemnly. The butterfly queen opened her eyes and looked around before looking at Yin Hentian. Yin family? The butterfly empress frowned slightly, but her voice was extremely soft. Many Xiozhi were mesmerized once again. Zhuo family's Zhuo Qing greets the butterfly empress. Zhuo Qing immediately said. Hua clan's heaven-transforming monarch greets butterfly empress. Heaven-transforming monarch hurriedly said. The butterfly queen looked at the two of them but ignored them. Instead, it looked at the sky. A blue light flashed in his eyes. Heaven and earth are incomplete. Where's the mystery? Butterfly queen asked calmly. The heavens are dead. They have been dead for 1,000,000 years. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. The butterfly queen's emotions weren't greatly affected. Instead, she nodded gently. Raising its head, the butterfly queen continued to look at the sky. Countless butterflies flew over from all directions and surrounded the butterfly queen as if they were worshipping her. Boom! Suddenly, a white light descended from the sky. The white light rushed in and shattered half of the plain illusion, revealing countless mountains and rivers. The white light illuminated half of the world. The other half of the world was still under the butterfly queen's control. Wherever the white light shone on, countless intoxicated cultivators suddenly woke up with a start. Within the white light, there was a white-clothed man. The man's face was blurry, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, he emitted an aura that made people want to worship him. Old Ancestor. Hua Qiliang's face lit up with joy. Old Ancestor. Heaven-transforming monarch also woke up and bowed respectfully to the white-clothed figure. Zhuo Qing's previous intoxication also woke up. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He was an ancestral immortal. How could he be intoxicated? If he was like this in battle, he would have died countless times. Many thanks, sage. Zhuo Qing said solemnly. Sage projection, Gui Guzi said. Supremacy transforming heaven? Yang Chuan's expression turned serious. The butterfly queen looked at the sky and sighed. Then, she looked at the sage projection in front of her. I am supremacy transforming heaven. You are. Transforming heaven asked softly. Sage. Since heaven is dead, the sages of this world must have withered as well. How many sages are left in this world? The butterfly queen asked gently. Transforming heaven didn't put on the airs of a sage. Instead, he replied, including me, there are 6 people who hold the Qi cultivation position. 4 sages and 2 celestial emperors. After the great calamity of the ancient times, there was nothing left. It took 1,000,000 years to reach today. This calamity is indeed huge. The heavenly Tao has collapsed so much. Heaven is broken like this. Mysterious, you have failed in your duty. The butterfly queen looked at the sky and sighed. When transforming heaven heard the butterfly queen's words, he fell silent. Scolding heaven? What was this woman's background? The butterfly queen suddenly stretched out her pure white right palm. Blue light gushed out from her eyes and entered her palm. Hum. Suddenly, countless blue rings of light danced in his palm. The rings of light spun rapidly as if they were following a certain pattern. Gradually, they spun into 7 miniature pillars. Rumble. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in all directions. For a moment, the world trembled. In the void in front of the butterfly queen, there were 7 blue pillars that connected heaven and earth. They were the heavenly Tao. The 7 heavenly Tao were extremely damaged, but they were constantly being repaired. Mending the heavens. Yang Chuan's expression froze. This was the same as Yang Chuan's heaven-devouring Tao scripture. Mending the heavens. And it was mending 7 heavenly Tao at the same time. The 7 heavenly Tao quickly recovered. Half an hour later. Rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled. Multicolored light shot in all directions. Everywhere in the world, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky and illuminated the earth. A grand aura spread out in all directions. The butterfly queen clenched her fist. She looked at the 7 heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth. Rumble. Great merit of heaven and earth surged towards the butterfly queen. You have mended another 7 heavenly Tao. Your merit is immeasurable. You are a great benefactor to the world. Transforming heaven exclaimed. These are the heavenly Tao that I originally had. Mending them is not difficult. However, I don't know when I will be able to complete the remaining 100 heavenly Tao. The butterfly queen shook her head. 7 heavenly Tao that are all great calamities. Transforming heaven suddenly said in surprise. That's right. I believe that now you know who I am, right? The butterfly queen suddenly smiled. This smile was devastatingly beautiful. The countless cultivators who were originally awake were once again intoxicated by this smile. Misfortune goddess? The ancient misfortune goddess? Transforming heaven immediately said in surprise. My eyes are called ominous calamity eyes. The butterfly queen smiled slightly. With a smile, a dazzling blue light suddenly emitted from her eyes. Boom! The blue light instantly shone in all directions. The world was filled with blue light. When transforming heaven saw the blue light pouncing over, he immediately retracted the white light and his projection rushed into the starry sky. Misfortune goddess, since you have come into being, I will not disturb you anymore. We will meet again if fate allows. Leaving behind a sentence, the saint's projection disappeared. It was as if he did not want to be tainted by this light. And the blue light shone on the surrounding people. When Yang Chuan saw the blue light rushing over, he seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin quickly grew larger. The heaven-burying coffin quickly covered the dragon carriage and the 4 of them. Countless cultivators were confused. Some blocked it, but the blue light seemed to be able to penetrate most of the defenses and entered everyone's body in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Qing's expression changed, but after checking her body, there was nothing wrong. I'm fine. It's just a ray of blue light, there's no reaction. Transforming Heaven Lord also touched his body. But there was no change at all. What was the use of this blue light? The butterfly queen looked around and stepped into the sky. With a flap of her wings, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Countless butterflies fluttered in the air, feeling lost. Countless cultivators were at a loss. Many people were still in a state of shock. Saint King, the butterfly queen's personality is like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, unpredictable. Our family has records that the butterfly queen does as she pleases and does many things without a specific reason. The ominous light just now, hey. Yin Hentian said with a bitter smile. That's too casual. Gui Gu's face revealed a trace of strangeness. Ominous light. Does this ominous light harm the body? Transforming Desolation immediately asked. It doesn't harm the body, but it's more terrifying than harm. Yin Hentian said strangely. Oh. Those who are illuminated by the blue light will be unlucky for a year. Yin Hentian explained. Ah. Transforming Desolation was at a loss. Yang Chuan thought for a while and said, it's similar to ZZ, but it's also different. ZZ has the yellow spring fate, which is passive. But the ominous light just now is active, it can change a person's fate. It can destroy a person's fate, similar to a curse. As long as the blue light enters the body, everything will go wrong. Everything will go wrong? Transforming Desolation asked with a trace of curiosity. All right, Yang Chuan, the butterfly queen has left. Now, hand over the heaven corpse coffin, Zhuo Qing suddenly shouted with a heavy expression. Yang Chuan smiled and said, Heaven corpse coffin? Zhuo Qing, you really have the face to say that. HMPH, Yin Hentian released the butterfly queen, but so what? What can it prove? Maizhua family's actions are worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of the heavens. Moving the surrounding mountains and rivers is a thing of the past. Maizhua family only made the heavens tomb more spacious, making it more convenient for cultivators to worship. Moreover, Maizhua family has not moved the surrounding mountains and rivers for a long time, Zhuo Qing shouted. Just as Zhuo Qing finished speaking, a mountain not far away suddenly trembled. Rumble. The mountain trembled for a while, immediately attracting the attention of many cultivators. Suddenly, a voice came from within the mountain. Is there anyone from the Zhuo family? Quickly save me, I'm stuck. Jiaohu's voice came from within the mountain. Zhuo Qing. All the Zhuo family disciples' faces darkened. Zhuo Ming, Zhuo Jiao, quickly find someone to save me, I'm stuck, there are 2 pangolins biting me, quickly. The voice continued to come from within the mountain. Zhuo Qing's face also darkened. Good, it's a thing of the past, ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan laughed. Chapter 1189. South of the Heavenly Human Palace. Ha ha ha. Little brats, let's see where you can run to. An arrogant voice rang out. Junior sister, let's go. Eldest senior brother, I'm not leaving. If everyone else isn't leaving, I'm not leaving either. Old demon, my master isn't here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant. A series of angry roars rang out. A blood-red heavenly Tao connected the heavens and the earth. Below the heavenly Tao was a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood spun wildly around the heavenly Tao. It was similar to Yang Chuan's super divine ability. However, it did not have the vicious aura of Yang Chuan's sea of blood. It also did not have the blood god's sun churning in the sea. It was just a sea of blood. Even so, it was filled with vicious aura. The one standing in the middle of the heavenly Tao was the elder of the Gongyang family. The elder controlled the sea of blood. Waves of blood turned into ferocious beasts that pounced on the 5 men and women. The 5 men and women each held a long saber. Under the long sabers, the energy sabers were extremely ferocious. However, the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, they were like trapped beasts. The 5 of them were ruthlessly suppressed. Outside the sea of blood, Gongyang Benlei and the other Gongyang family members looked into the distance in shock. 2 great immortals and 3 ancient immortals? Are the Emperor's disciples all so terrifying? It's only been 4,000 years, 4,000 years. Gongyang Benlei exclaimed. Little brats, where's the Emperor? Where's that little girl? The elder controlled the sea of blood to attack the 5 of them. The leader of the group had a ruthless expression on his face. Old demon, you want to find my master? If my master wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as slaughtering a pig. The blood-robed elder narrowed his eyes. A bunch of reckless fools. It seems that if I don't kill 1 or 2 of you, you won't be obedient. As he spoke, the blood-robed elder was about to attack. Suddenly, a 13-colored light shot into the sky from the north. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. At this moment, countless butterflies suddenly flew around the sea of blood. What's going on? Gongyang Benlei was shocked. The elder also looked at the sky in shock. Elder. With the elder's eyesight, he could see countless butterflies even though they were far away. What happened to the celestial palace? The elder's face sank. In the distance, the direction of the Deva palace became hazy. A powerful aura was faintly discernible. This aura caused the heart of the blood-robed elder to tremble. Just as the blood-robed elder was in shock, boom. In the north, a beam of white light descended from the sky. A holy aura was emitted. Saint Hua Zun Tian also came. Did something big happen in the Deva palace? The blood-robed elder said solemnly. Just as the scarlet-robed elder turned extremely grave, 5 cultivators gathered above the scarlet sea. One of the men took out a jade talisman. Sealed within this talisman is a strand of Master's saber intent. I will release it and break through the sea of blood. Let's escape immediately, the man said in a deep voice. All right. The man clenched his fist and suddenly released it toward the heavenly Tao. Boom. Suddenly, a 10,000-meter-long astral blade broke through the sky. The 10,000-meter-long astral blade carried with it an unstoppable force. As soon as the astral blade appeared, an endless storm of saber chi condensed in the surroundings. Together with the astral blade, it shot straight towards the heavenly way. The elder's expression changed. Bastard. Boom. The astral blade collided with the heavenly way, and the void shook violently. As the void shook, a hole appeared in the sea of blood. Let's go. The leader shouted. Whoosh. The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. In the heavenly way, the blood-robed elder was flustered. The saber intent sealed by the sovereign was naturally ferocious. The heavenly way shook for a while before it stabilized. Supreme saber intent. It is indeed a supreme saber intent. Roar. Little brats, where are you running to? The blood-robed elder shouted with a hint of anger. Eldest senior brother, where should we go? To the north. Something big happened in the Deva Palace. There must be a peerless expert there. Let's fish in troubled waters and hope to escape this calamity. All right. The 5 of them quickly shot towards the north. The blood-robed elder also reacted quickly and chased after them. Gongyang Benlei looked at it in a daze and then said in surprise, Supreme saber intent? The sovereign's saber intent can actually shake the heavenly way of an ancestral immortal? No wonder the elder is so anxious. Gongyang Benlei led the Gongyang family disciples and quickly chased towards the north. Outside the Deva Palace, Yang Chuan's group was facing off against Zhuo Qing. Zhuo Ming, Zhuo Jiao, quickly find someone to save me. I'm stuck. There are 2 pangolins biting me. Hurry. The voice continued coming from the mountain. Zhuo Qing's face darkened. What a good it's all in the past. Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan laughed. Yang Chuan laughed heartily, and the surrounding practitioners also reacted. No matter what, at least Zhuo Qing was lying. Ch. Yang Chuan, don't try to twist words. No matter what, the heaven-burying coffin was placed here by my Zhuo family to mourn the heavens. It is for the heaven-burying coffin. No matter how you quibble, you can't change the fact that you are a traitor, Zhuo Qing shouted. Zhuo family? This coffin has always belonged to me, Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan said coldly. Ha 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 ha, you say I'm thick-skinned? I think you're the thick-skinned one. The heaven-burying coffin is yours. Call it and see if it answers. Zhuo Qing sneered. Yang Chuan suddenly smiled and said, Coffin, are you mine? Zhuo Qing. Lord Hua Tian. The surrounding cultivators. Yang Chuan really called it. Zhuo Qing was speechless, but more than that, he sneered. He had already studied it. The coffin did not have an artifact spirit. Was Yang Chuan playing to the gallery? However, a strange scene appeared. The heaven-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Green light shone. Hum. It seemed to be responding to Yang Chuan. The heaven-burying coffin agreed. Zhuo Qing. The Zhuo family disciples. The surrounding cultivators. Everyone could clearly see that Yang Chuan had not used any dharmic powers at all. There was no dharmic powers at all. But the sky-burying coffin had really agreed. Zhuo Qing's face suddenly turned red. How could this be? Yang Chuan called. The heaven-burying coffin really agreed. Was this a joke? The surrounding cultivators were also choked by the heaven-burying coffin's response, but more of them looked at Zhuo Qing curiously, wanting to see how he would react. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the cracking sound of Zhuo Qing's fists could be heard. Obviously, things were not going well, and he was in an extremely bad mood. Is there anyone from the Zhuo family? I'm stuck. Someone come and save me. Not far away, cries for help continued to come from the mountain. It was like slapping Zhuo Qing's face again and again. Everything was not going well. Desolation suddenly understood what it meant to have everything not going well. For a moment, he felt a lingering fear. How long had it been? It seemed that everything was not going well for a year. The scene became extremely strange. Zhuqing seemed to have realized the horror of the blue light just now. Many cultivators around also had ugly expressions. 1 year. There was still 1 more year. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin shrank quickly. This was the 4th heaven-burying coffin that Yang Chuan obtained. Zhuqing glared. Even if everything was not going well for him, he could not give the heaven-burying coffin to Yang Chuan. Just as he was about to speak, a shout suddenly came from the south. Ha ha ha. Little brats, where are you running to? You can't escape. Stop struggling. A sinister voice rang out. Junior sister, run quickly, quick. We'll block him. First senior brother, no. If we die together. A jiaohu sound came from the south. Everyone looked over and saw a sea of blood surging over from the south. 5 men and women were fleeing at the edge of the sea of blood. However, the 5 were getting closer and closer to the sea of blood. The 5 felt anxious. They originally thought that there was a peerless expert who could take advantage of the chaos in the heavenly human palace. Who would have thought that the peerless expert had already left? The 5 despaired. Boom. The sea of blood pounced and immediately blocked in front of the 5. The sea of blood soared into the sky and turned into a blood dragon in front of the 5. Haha, let's see where you can run to now. The blood-robed elder laughed wildly. Oh, it's over. Junior sister, we'll break through the sea of blood. Run quickly and go back to report to master so that he can avenge us. A man said sadly. No, we'll die together. The woman cried. H, you want to run into my sea of blood? I was just careless just now. You little brats, I'll kill 2 of you to feed my sea of blood. Then you'll be obedient. The elder shouted coldly. Then, the sea of blood pounced toward the 5 of them. Just as it was about to kill the 5 of them, the woman from before suddenly showed a look of ecstasy on her face. Yang Di, save us, Yang Di. The woman shouted happily. In the distance, Yang Chuan also recognized the 5 of them at a glance. Weren't they the emperor's disciples? Yang Chuan had seen them when the emperor was transcending the tribulation. Seeing the 5 of them, Yang Chuan's expression changed, and he stretched out his palm into the distance. Whoosh! Yang Chuan's palm seemed to have traveled through time and space. It was extremely fast and arrived above the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a clench, he grabbed the 5 of them and pulled them back. Bang! The sea of blood missed. Who is it? The blood-robed elder was furious. The 5 of them arrived at the dragon carriage in the blink of an eye. They were on the verge of death just now, but they were suddenly saved. The 5 of them were extremely glad. Yang Di, thank you, Yang Di. The 5 of them said in surprise. Although they did not know the complicated relationship between Yang Chuan and their master, at least their master and Yang Chuan had some friendship back then. For a moment, the 5 of them felt as if they had caught a life-saving straw and were extremely glad. Who is he? Yang Chuan asked. The ancestral immortal of the Gongyang family. He wants to deal with my master, the first senior brother immediately said. Yang Chuan nodded. Yang Chuan was enough to distinguish between friend and foe. Then, Yang Chuan shielded the 5 of them behind him and looked coldly at the sea of blood in the south. Above the sea of blood in the south, the blood-robed elder looked coldly in Yang Chuan's direction. The blood-robed elder's sudden appearance made the countless experts in the surroundings hesitate. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my private matters? The blood-robed elder asked coldly. The elder was rather cautious. He would not act rashly in a situation where he did not understand his opponent. At this moment, Gongyang Benlei chased over with a group of panting disciples from his family. Ah, elder, it's him. He is Yang Chuan. Gongyang Benlei suddenly exclaimed. Yang Chuan? The blood-robed elder's face sank. The surrounding cultivators were also at a loss. Could it be that this Yang Chuan had enemies all over the world? Someone who suddenly appeared was also his enemy. Chapter 1190. Elder, he's the one who killed Gongyang Ben Tian. Gongyang Ben Lei shouted with bloodshot eyes. The blood-robed elder's eyes turned cold. Yang Chuan also sized up the blood-robed elder in front of him. His entire body was blood-red, and even his face was blood-red. Blood essence demon? Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Gongyang Ben Lei, let me ask you, what is Yang Chuan's cultivation? The blood-robed elder asked in a deep voice. One had to know that Yang Chuan had just snatched someone from his blood sea. That method was extremely brilliant. Elder, I guarantee with my life that Yang Chuan is definitely a peak ancient immortal. He's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Although he has grasped the clear sky Dao, he's definitely not an ancestral immortal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from him back then, Gongyang Ben Lei said with absolute certainty. Ancient immortal? Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a confused expression. Huatian Lord and Zhuqing were even more shocked. Especially Huatian Lord, he didn't believe it at all. That day, Jin Dayu, today, Gui Guzi, two ancestral immortals were his subordinates. How could Yang Chuan be an ancient immortal? An ancient immortal having two ancestral immortal subordinates? The three dragons also revealed a look of disdain. Ancient immortal? Was there something wrong with this kid's head? Especially the seven fiends. They remembered zombie Yang Chuan's attack that day. That attack made them, a peak ancient immortal, look like a chicken in front of him. Ancient immortal? Ancient immortal your sister. Of course, the three dragons couldn't say it out loud. Many of the cultivators here didn't know Yang Chuan's cultivation, so they didn't say anything. As for Huatian Lord and Zhuqing, they hadn't seen Yang Chuan attack before. However, they felt that Yang Chuan wasn't an ancient immortal, but they didn't have the obligation to tell the blood-robed elder. Everyone was silent. Are you sure? The blood-robed elder said seriously. After all, that attack didn't seem like an ancient immortal's attack at all. Elder, I'm sure. How many years has it been? Even if he broke through, his cultivation can't be too high. Gongyang Ben Lei said. I know. The blood-robed elder's heart calmed down. Once again, he looked at Yang Chuan aggressively. Yang Chuan, come out and accept your death. You killed my disciple. Now is the time for you to pay. The blood-robed elder said coldly. Gui Guzi took a step forward. Yang Chuan grabbed Gui Guzi's shoulder. Don't waste the blood essence to transform into a demon. This emperor will do it, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Understood. Gui Guzi nodded. When the emperor's 5 disciples heard Gongyang Ben Lei's words, they immediately became worried. At this moment, Zhuqing no longer forced Yang Chuan. Wouldn't it be great if there was someone to fight for him? Moreover, if necessary, he could assist from the side. Zhuqing gave Lord Hua Tian a meaningful glance. Lord Hua Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately understood the meaning. Lord Hua Tian came to find Zhuqing in order to find trouble for Yang Chuan. At this moment, after seeing Zhuqing's attitude, he immediately calmed down. Zhuqing's meaning was to wait for an opportunity to kill Yang Chuan and take the sky-burying coffin, while Lord Hua Tian was in charge of stopping Gui Guzi. Zhuqing coldly looked at him. Yang Chuan flipped his hand and put the shrunken sky-burying coffin into his sleeve. He took a step forward and stepped out of the dragon carriage, flying into the air. Countless cultivators in the surroundings did not have a good impression of Yang Chuan. For a moment, no one said anything. When the blood-robed elder saw Yang Chuan coming forward alone, he immediately became suspicious. Gongyang Ben Lei, is what you said true? The elder asked again. Elder, don't worry. I am certain. I guarantee that Yang Chuan was an ancient immortal at that time. He is definitely not an ancestral immortal. Don't worry, he is seeking his own death. Gongyang Ben Lei swore. The blood-robed elder was relieved. Zhuqing waited for an opportunity not far away. Whoosh! Yang Chuan stepped into the blood sea. The blood-robed elder's eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed seeking your own death. You have no chance of escaping in my blood sea. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless waves of blood surged toward Yang Chuan. The waves of blood turned into 100 blood dragons, carrying vast power as they charged toward Yang Chuan. Boom! The blood dragon crashed into Yang Chuan's body. Blood splattered everywhere as the blood dragons shattered. Yang Chuan was unharmed, and he was still charging toward the blood-robed elder at an extremely fast speed. What? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. Each of his blood dragons had the power of a peak ancient immortal. Why was it that when they crashed into Yang Chuan, they were like splashing water? Dragons, go! The blood-robed elder said somewhat anxiously. Another 1,000 blood dragons charged toward Yang Chuan. Boom! There was another strong collision. The 1,000 blood dragons were shattered once again, but Yang Chuan was unscathed. Blood splattered on his body, but it was instantly forced away by Yang Chuan's aura. Body? How can it be so tough? The blood-robed elder's expression changed. In the distance, Zuoqing, who was about to attack, paused slightly as she looked into the distance with a grim expression. Yang Chuan arrived in front of the blood-robed elder at a constant speed. His attack had no effect at all. The blood-robed elder's expression changed. With a step, the blood-colored heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Boom! The moment the heavenly Tao appeared, a powerful aura erupted in the surroundings. The blood-robed elder merged with the heavenly Tao. An ancestral immortal who cultivates the blood Tao? Zuoqing raised her brows slightly. However, Yang Chuan ignored the heavenly Tao and continued approaching. Yang Chuan, do you know who I am? The blood-robed elder said coldly. In the outside world, Gongyang Benlei watched as Yang Chuan approached the elder. For a moment, he felt uneasy as if something was wrong. Yang Chuan had already arrived in front of the heavenly Tao. After today, you will be gone. Why should I know who you are? With that said, Yang Chuan charged toward the heavenly Tao. Mph, you are courting death. Blood sea karmic fire. The blood-robed elder roared. The heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with blood-red flames that swept toward Yang Chuan. Boom! Yang Chuan, who was wrapped in blood-red flames, sneered. His originally calm face suddenly revealed a hint of malevolence. Whoosh! Yang Chuan's speed suddenly increased by more than 1,000 times as he charged toward the heavenly Tao at an extremely terrifying speed. The blood-robed elder's pupils constricted as he was shocked. However, he quickly comforted himself that Yang Chuan could not break the heavenly Tao. How could his heavenly Tao be broken by an ancient immortal? Ah! In the next moment, there was a miserable shriek. It was Yang Chuan's hand that pierced his chest. What? The Heaven Transformation Lord and Zuoqing in the distance suddenly exclaimed. The heavenly Tao was still there. However, Yang Chuan had entered the heavenly Tao and arrived before the blood-robed elder. How did he enter? Impossible. That is the heavenly Tao. If he did not break it, how did he enter? Zuoqing exclaimed. Gongyang Benlei also exclaimed in shock, impossible. That is the elder's heavenly Tao. No one can enter. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at this scene in confusion. What is going on? Could it be that Yang Chuan grasped the same heavenly Tao? His grasp was even deeper than the blood-robed elder's. Dragon Fifth and the barbarian dragon gaped in shock. However, the 7 fiends curled their lips. This was because they had enjoyed this scene back then. Zombie King? Yang Chuan, the Zombie King, had already jumped out of the heavenly Tao and was no longer within the 5 elements. Heavenly Tao? Before the zombie Yang Chuan, the heavenly Tao was nothing. If he faced a holy king in the Yang realm, he might be able to put up a fight. But in the netherworld? What's so great about being an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends said disdainfully. Inside the blood-colored heavenly Tao, Yang Chuan thrust one palm into the blood-robed elder's chest and grabbed half of the blood-robed elder's body with the other. This caused the blood-robed elder to be stuck, unable to move. No. Impossible. How did you get in? The blood-robed elder roared in shock. Is that very difficult? Yang Chuan retorted disdainfully. After saying that, Yang Chuan's expression turned increasingly sinister. Suddenly, 2 blood-colored fangs appeared in Yang Chuan's mouth. Zombie King, the blood-robed elder exclaimed. Yang Chuan is a zombie. In the distance, Zhuo Qing's expression changed as well. Zhuo Qing recalled that the limit of a zombie king was indeed such a situation. Jumping out of the heavenly Tao, no longer within the 5 elements, ignoring the heavenly Tao? Bastard! Let go of me, the blood-robed elder roared in shock. Roar! Zombie King Yang Chuan's mouth slowly opened. The huge threat made the blood-robed elder feel the threat of death. You want to drink my blood? Gongyang Ben Lei, didn't you say he was an ancient immortal? The blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the outside world, Gongyang Ben Lei's legs had already gone soft from fear. Once, twice, thrice. Without hesitation, Gongyang Ben Lei turned around and ran. Roar! Zombie Yang Chuan suddenly sucked. A terrifying suction force came. The blood-robed elder seemed to be unable to resist as he was sucked into Yang Chuan's mouth. His body continued to shrink and gradually entered Yang Chuan's mouth. Gongyang Ben Lei, this old man was killed by you. I hate you, the blood-robed elder roared in grief and hatred. In the distance, the fleeing Gongyang Ben Lei turned his head to look. Just in time to see this scene, Yang Chuan swallowed the blood-robed elder in one mouth. After swallowing the elder, the suction force in Yang Chuan's mouth was unceasing. The sea of blood below was also rushing towards Yang Chuan's mouth. Ancestral immortal? Eaten by Yang Chuan? Gongyang Ben Lei was crying in his heart. It was the same thing again. He had rushed over and fled in a hurry. Every time, he would lose a batch of experts from the Gongyang family. This time, it was even more exaggerated. An elder was an ancestral immortal. He was actually eaten by Yang Chuan. Eaten? Gongyang Ben Lei turned around, not daring to look anymore. He instantly fled far away. He lamented in his heart. How was he going to explain this to the old ancestor? Yang Chuan swallowed a living person. This scene caused the hearts of countless cultivators to turn cold. Ancient immortal, your sister. Is this an ancient immortal? Can an ancient immortal swallow an ancestral immortal so easily? Zhuo Qing, who was waiting for an opportunity to take action, stopped in his tracks. He opened his mouth and looked at Yang Chuan, who had just swallowed an ancestral immortal and swallowed the entire sea of blood. Zhuo Qing's face twitched. He turned to look at Lord Huatian and said, Brother Huatian, is this the Yang Chuan you wanted me to find trouble with? Lord Huatian's face was also extremely ugly. I also didn't expect Yang Chuan to be so terrifying. Yes, if he wasn't a powerful ancestral immortal, how could he subdue Jin Dayu and Gui Guzi? What a powerful ancestral immortal! Many cultivators in the surroundings revealed a shocked expression. The 7 fiends had a face of relief. Dragon Fifth and Barbarian Dragon opened their eyes wide. The 3 dragons suddenly rejoiced. Pulling the carriage was really a great favor from Yang Chuan. What level of ancestral immortal was this terrifying? Just as the experts were exclaiming, Yang Chuan finally swallowed the entire sea of blood. His face was still ferocious, and his 2 fangs were extremely terrifying. Yang Chuan looked up at the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, countless tribulation clouds gathered high in the sky. Tribulation clouds? The faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings froze. How could there be tribulation clouds? Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is ancestral immortal tribulation? Yang Chuan, he's really an ancient immortal. Suddenly, someone shouted. This shout made the surrounding cultivators lose their voices. It was as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Their entire worldview was turned upside down. Even the heavenly Tao is useless to me. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Ha, roar. Zombie Yang Chuan roared. The suction force in his mouth was still there, and he opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral immortal tribulation. Chapter 1191. It was just like the human body of the Yang realm. No, the zombie body was even more domineering. When it opened its mouth to swallow the tribulation, a terrifying suction force locked all the lightning, making it impossible for the lightning to escape. The lightning clouds swarmed into the zombie's mouth. Rumble. It stood in the void and swallowed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the ancestral immortal tribulation. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. Even the 7 fiends, Dragon 5th, and Barbarian Dragon were shocked. Is it really an ancient immortal? Why is it only an ancient immortal? The 7 fiends said in shock. The 7 fiends found it hard to understand how an ancient immortal could be so powerful. Could it be that the zombie king was so abnormal? Gui Guzi was used to it. Yin Hentian and Qiliang Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. Zhuo Qing and Lord Huatian's expressions turned ugly. Brother Huatian, is this what you meant when you told me that there was nothing to worry about? Zhuo Qing said with an ugly expression. Lord Huatian. Rumble. Under the powerful suction force, the tribulation clouds soon entered zombie Yang Chuan's stomach. Roar. After swallowing the tribulation clouds, Yang Chuan roared at the sky. The roar shook everyone's hearts. Countless cultivators suddenly felt their hearts tremble. After the roar, zombie Yang Chuan felt comfortable. His face slowly recovered, and his fangs slowly retracted. Yang Chuan gradually returned to his original appearance. Yang Chuan walked toward the dragon carriage. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of the dragon carriage. At this moment, countless cultivators were still looking at Yang Chuan numbly. Yang Chuan's gaze swept across everyone's eyes. Many Xiuzhi shuddered in fear. Yin Hentian, is it over? Yang Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yes. I have released the butterfly queen and paid my respects to the heavens. It is over, Yin Hentian said. Since it is over, let's go. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. 3 dragons, go south. Qiliang Hua immediately ordered. Roar. 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 The 3 dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the air. They slowly flew south. Anxiety immediately appeared on the faces of some Xiuzhi. They wanted to stop him, but were forced to restrain themselves. Instead, they turned to look at Zhuo Qing, who was standing not too far off in the distance, as though they were hoping that the Zhuo clan's ancestral immortal organization would stand up for them. Zhuo Qing was also speechless. The Zhuo family did not have much faith in heaven, so how could they stop Yang Chuan now? Thinking back to how Yang Chuan had devoured the ancestral immortal earlier on, Zhuo Qing's heart skipped a beat. That's a man-eating monster. If I go and stop him, what if I get eaten too? Moreover, Zhuo Qing had also felt the terror of the butterfly queen's blue light. She was currently in bad luck, and the possibility of being eaten was very high. Roar. Off in the distance, the dragon carriage moved further and further away, but no one around the Deva palace dared to stop it. On the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan looked at the 5 disciples of the emperor. Why are you all here? Where's the emperor? Yang Chuan asked in confusion. The 5 of them looked at each other as if they were in a difficult position. Finally, the eldest senior brother took a deep breath and said, Thank you for your help this time, Yang Di. Yang Di, Master is at the bottom of the sea between the firmament territory and the celestial territory. I heard from Master that the ancestor had left a stone inscription at the bottom of the sea, the eldest senior brother said. Yang Chuan nodded. Lead the way. Millimeter. The 5 of them nodded. Celestial territory. Sage Hua Zuantian's dojo. Inside, there was a huge merit cloud sea. Merit surged, illuminating the world. Thousands of rays of light shone, and immortal birds flew everywhere. It was a bustling scene. Below, there were countless palaces. The largest palace was the Celestial Palace. Inside the Celestial Palace, at this moment, a man in white was sitting cross-legged. The man's face was blurry, and not a trace of his outline could be seen. The man took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. Goddess of misfortune, Butterfly Queen, and that unknown old demon by Xie from the Yang realm? Is there going to be a revolution in the world? The man was the sage, Hua Zuantian. Hua Zuantian took 2 steps in the palace and took a deep breath. In the end, it turned into a slight sigh. Come in. Hua Zuantian suddenly shouted. Quang. The door of the palace opened. Outside the palace, a few guards said to the 3 figures at the door, The sage invites you in. The 3 of them nodded. The 3 figures slowly stepped into the Celestial Palace. 2 of them and a gorilla. If Yang Chuan was here, he would recognize one of them at a glance. It was Demon King Kong from the sealed world. However, the cracks on Demon King Kong's face had all disappeared. The gorilla was Kong Aotian, the Tao god who was changed to the beast Tao by ZZ using the Book of Life and Death. There was also a grey-robed elder. The elder closed his eyes and walked into the palace together. Greetings, sage. Demon King Kong and the gorilla bowed at the same time. Hua Zuantian nodded. He looked at the grey-robed elder. Blind Kong, what's the matter? The grey-robed elder, Blind Kong, smiled bitterly. Sage, I'm here on behalf of the family head. Please forgive me for not being able to greet you. Ha ha ha, I know the rules of the family head of the Kong family. Other than the heavens, you don't bow to anyone. Even when you faced the heavens, you didn't bow to them. The heavens even tacitly agreed to this rule. If the heavens didn't make you bow to them, why would I make things difficult for you? I just don't know what your Kong family is relying on to not bow to the heavens. Hua Zuantian asked with a trace of curiosity. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. Other than the family head, we don't know. Please forgive us. Forget it. One day, you will tell us. Why did the family head of the Kong family send you here? Hua Zuantian asked in a deep voice. Kong Aotian. Blind Kong shouted. Yes. The gorilla immediately walked forward. Kong. Hua Zuantian revealed a trace of doubt. Sage, this gorilla was originally a member of the family. He was cursed to become a gorilla. We can't break the curse. Please help us. Blind Kong said solemnly. Oh. From a human to a gorilla? Hua Zuantian's eyes flashed with surprise. The family head said that if you can break Kong Aotian's curse, the Kong family will owe you a favor. Blind Kong said. Someone from the Kong family? Haha, there's no need for that. The family head of the Kong family and I are friends. Hua Zuantian shook his head and looked at Kong Aotian. Tao god. Isn't your Kong family unable to produce a Tao god? Hua Zuantian asked doubtfully. That's why it's so rare. Blind Kong smiled slightly. Hua Zuantian looked at Kong Aotian carefully. He stretched out his hand and a white light entered Kong Aotian's body. Buzz. The white light circulated for a while and overflowed again. What a strange curse. Hua Zuantian said in a deep voice. 2 hours later. Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and the gorilla walked out of the heavenly hall. Even the sage can't do anything, the gorilla said with a sad face. Shut up. Demon King Kong's face showed annoyance. Blind Kong walked slowly. He frowned deeply. Elder. What should we do now? Demon King Kong frowned. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Kong Aotian's curse must be broken, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Yes, yes. The gorilla immediately shouted. Chapter 1192. Firmament Territory. Heavenly Human Palace. Yang Chuan left safely, and countless cultivators looked at Zhuo Qing. Because just now, Zhuo Qing did not stop Yang Chuan at all. Yang Chuan was strong, but Zhuo Qing did not even speak. For a time, many people looked at Zhuo Qing with less admiration. They did not believe in the Zhuo family's reverence for firmament. Zhuo Qing also felt the change in the surrounding gazes. She flung her sleeves and flew back to her original residence. The Zhuo family disciples looked at each other, and most of them followed. Only a few stayed behind to save the family members who were stuck in the mountain. In a hall, Zhuo Qing looked at Lord Huatian with a gloomy face. Lord Huatian, are you sure that Yang Chuan attended the sage's birthday? Zhuo Qing asked. Yes. Lord Huatian nodded. The sky-burying coffin is only an ancient immortal artifact, so it's fine. But that Yin Hentian, and my Zhuo family will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhuo Qing narrowed her eyes. What do you want? Lord Huatian smiled. Yang Chuan robbed the Heaven's tomb and stole the Heaven's corpse casket. This news is enough. Before the saint's birthday celebration, I want to spread this news to all the cultivators in the 4 territories. Zhuo Qing said solemnly. Oh. I want to kill Yang Chuan and Yin Hentian in the Sky Sovereign territory. Zhuo Qing's eyes were cold. What? That's my ancestor's birthday. Lord Huatian glared. Zhuo Qing shook her head and said, many people die in this world every day. Yang Chuan and his group are not many, but Yang Chuan and his group are not many. Killing Yang Chuan is not a destruction, but a celebration. Don't worry, you can tell the sage. I think he won't stop us from killing Yin Hentian. West of Firmament Territory, Gongyang Benlei ran with a few disciples of the Gongyang family. Seeing that Yang Chuan did not chase after them, they stopped at the foot of a mountain with a bitter expression. Yang Chuan tricked me to death again. Gongyang Benlei wanted to cry but had no tears. How was he going to explain this to his ancestors when he returned? Tell them that the elder was eaten by Yang Chuan? Wouldn't he be sprayed to death by a mouthful of tea from the ancestors? Granduncle, what should we do now? Are we still going to attend the saint's birthday banquet? A disciple of the Gongyang family who had followed them asked with a bewildered expression. Yang Chuan's trip this time might be to celebrate the birthday. Who wants to go? Gongyang Benlei asked. All the disciples of the Gongyang family kept quiet out of fear. Let's go back and report to the patriarch, Gongyang Benlei said bitterly. Should we report it truthfully? Asked a disciple of the Gongyang family. Report truthfully? Gongyang Benlei's eyes suddenly flickered with uncertainty. That's right, when reporting, he could leave me out. Gongyang Benlei's eyes flashed for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Report the truth. This was not something that Gongyang Benlei could hide. Not to mention a few Gongyang family disciples, there were countless cultivators watching them. Yes. In the center of the Venerable Heaven Territory and the Firmament Territory, there was a vast sea. In the depths of the sea, there was a huge sea valley. At the mouth of the sea valley, 5 men and women each held a saber and sat at the mouth of the valley as if they were guarding. Inside the sea valley, there were a large number of night pearls that illuminated the sea valley. There was also an array that isolated the sea water outside. In the sea valley, there were a large number of words carved on the walls of the valley. There were some simple tables and chairs around. At this moment, on a stone bed, there was a short-haired woman sitting cross-legged. She was the daughter of the saber demon in the sealed world, the Empress. With a long saber on her knees, the Empress sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, above the sea, Yang Chuan's 3 dragons carriage also stopped above the sea. On the dragon carriage terrace, Yang Chuan looked at the vast sea. Yang Di, Master is below. Does Yang Di want to go down? Or should we go and inform Master? One of the senior brothers asked. Yang Chuan stood at the edge of the terrace, looking at the sparkling sea and frowning slightly. There was a moment of silence. The sea breeze blew Yang Chuan's long hair. Yang Chuan did not speak. In the sea valley, the Empress was originally comprehending with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she sensed something. She slowly stood up, put down her long saber, and looked up. A trace of excitement flashed in the Empress's eyes, but in the next moment, this trace of excitement was extinguished by some kind of emotion. A trace of pain flashed in the Empress's eyes. Biting her lips, the Empress's eyes revealed a complicated look. The Empress did not go out, but stood in the sea valley. On the surface of the sea, Yang Chuan did not go into the sea, but looked at the sea like this. Gigu Zi and the others stood not far away, and no one spoke. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, and a flash of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Yang Chuan and the Empress, separated by the sea, could not see each other, but felt that each other was on the other side of the sea. They quietly stared at each other for a while. In the end, Yang Chuan sighed slightly. You guys go down, I won't see her. Yang Chuan shook his head and said. The 5 brothers and sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. The 5 of them could see that Yang Chuan wanted to see their master, and he had already arrived here. But if they met, they were only 1 step away, but they stopped. 1 step away, but it seemed to be the furthest distance. Yes. The 5 of them nodded. The 5 of them admitted that they were not qualified to interrupt the matter between their master and Yang Chuan, and they did not dare to say much. Leaving the 5 of them behind, The dragon carriage continued to head towards the southern revered heaven territory. In the depths of the sea valley, the Empress seemed to have sensed the departure of the dragon carriage, and a flash of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Sigh. She sighed slightly. The Empress sat cross-legged again. The long saber was placed on her knees, but it was difficult for her to meditate again. She revealed a bitter smile. A few days later, the dragon carriage stepped into the revered heaven territory. The birthday of the sage Hua Zun attracted countless cultivators to celebrate. At least, the experts of most territories in the underworld's eastern continent came one after another. Even though there was still some time before the birthday, countless experts would rather come early than be late. Sage King, there are more people now for my old ancestor's birthday. Why don't you stay at my place first and wait for me to report to the old ancestor? Desolation Flower said respectfully. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. The dragon carriage pulled everyone straight to the center, entering a place with extremely dense heaven-earth essence chi. When they got close, a large number of cultivators flew over. Desolation Flower stood in front, and the cultivators flying over immediately recognized her. Greetings, young master, the cultivators said respectfully. Millimeter. Desolation Flower nodded. The dragon carriage was unobstructed all the way, and it went straight into a huge palace complex. At the entrance of the palace complex, there was a huge stele erected. Sin Death Villa. Gui Guzi read the inscription on the stele strangely. Desolation Flower smiled bitterly. This is the name given by the old ancestor. I have asked many times, but the old ancestor has never said. Sin Death. Yang Chuan also read it strangely. Everyone quickly arrived at a huge palace. Immediately, many servants came up. Sage King, how about you stay in Sin Death Hall for the time being? Desolation Flower asked. After all, the biggest palace in Sin Death Villa was Sin Death Hall. Although the name was a little unpleasant, it was the best here. Yang Chuan nodded, not being picky. At this point, Yang Chuan and the others stayed. Chapter 1193. Yang Chuan and his group settled down in Sin and Death Hall. Their originally peaceful life was no longer peaceful because of a rumor. Robbing the Sky Corpse coffin? Yang Chuan of the Holy Court of Great Perfection had gone against the law of the world. He had disrespected the world and challenged the bottom line of morality. He had destroyed the Sky Tomb and robbed the Sky Corpse coffin. He was full of evil. This time, he had come to venerated heaven territory to wish the sage a happy birthday. The moment the rumor spread, venerated heaven territory boiled over. In a tea house. Why did the sage invite the old devil? You don't know. The sage didn't know about Yang Chuan's demonic nature and had already sent out an invitation. It's too late to regret now. Old Devil Yang is living in Sin and Death Hall. The sage is too embarrassed to chase Old Devil Yang away. Chmph, let's go. Yes, make him hand over the Sky Corpse coffin. For a time, many cultivators in venerated heaven territory were agitated. Although heaven territory had been dead for 1,000,000 years, there were still many people who remembered it. Many people quickly headed to Sin and Death Hall. Countless cultivators headed to Sin and Death Hall. On the peak of a mountain, Lord Huatian and Zhuoqing watched coldly. In the end, they're just weak cultivators. Lord Huatian frowned. Zhuoqing sneered. Some old fellows saw through it and didn't join in the fun. However, it doesn't matter. As long as these people die, more and more experts will be attracted. Lord Huatian nodded. Outside Sin and Death Hall. Hand over Old Devil Yang and the Sky Corpse coffin. Old Devil Yang, you're inhumane. How can the Sky Corpse coffin be something you can touch? Sin and Death Hall was in an uproar. With the formation set up, the cultivators in Sin and Death Hall were all agitated. In front of Sin and Death Hall, Desolation Hua looked outside with a cold face. Yin Hentian and Gigu Zi stood beside him. Looks like it was the Zhuo family who spread the news. How did it spread so quickly? Gui Guzi sneered. They're coming for me. Yin Hentian frowned. The two looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. Prince Desolation Flower, you are the descendant of a saint. You should eliminate evil and defend the Tao. Yang Chuan, you bastard, must be executed immediately. Desolation Flower Prince, the saints are righteous. Don't disgrace the saints and associate yourself with old demon Yang. Voices of advice came from the outside world. Desolation Transformation said coldly, everyone, listen up. Hua Desolation shouted, and the noise in the outside world came to a halt. This is the territory of exalted heaven, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Furthermore, this is my condemned Death Mountain manor. If anyone dares to insult my sage monarch again, they'll be making an enemy out of desolation. Now, retreat immediately. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Mournful Transformation shouted coldly. Hua Wuji's desolate words confused countless cultivators in the outside world. Prince Desolation, you've been deceived by Yang Chuan. You're the descendant of a saint. Make old demon Yang hand over the corpse coffin. The outside world was still noisy. Sin Death Guard. Desolation Transformation shouted. Here. 1,000 blood-robed cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Anyone who doesn't retreat more than 100 miles will be killed. Desolation Transformation said solemnly. Yes. The 1,000 Sin Death Guards shouted. Boom. 1,000 people flew out of the array and immediately raised their blood blades to kill in all directions. Desolation Transformation, you're so stubborn. A cultivator roared. Boom. That cultivator was slashed into a bloody mist. Ah, really killed? Desolation Transformation is crazy. These are the Sin Death Guards. The strongest guards trained by the saints actually listen to Desolation Transformation. Does the saints know about this? The reputation of the saints is going to be ruined by Desolation Transformation. Kill. Outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor, there was an uproar. The Sin Death Guards wantonly slaughtered the noisy cultivators. For a time, the sky outside the condemned Death Mountain Manor was dyed in blood. Desolation Transformation was merciless. In the outside world, Lord Huatian and Zhuo Qing narrowed their eyes. Desolation Transformation? Is he determined to stand on Yang Chuan's side? Zhuo Qing said coldly. Sin Death Guards. The old ancestor transferred them to protect that little bitch Desolation Transformation. Who would have thought that this little bitch would be so arrogant and use the Sin Death Guards to deal with these people? Isn't it said that the saints are protecting Yang Chuan? Lord Huatian said with an ugly expression. Indeed. I think you should go and talk to the saints and ask him to stop Desolation Transformation from continuing to mess around, Zhuo Qing said in a deep voice. Lord Huatian nodded. Lord Huatian quickly flew to the revered Heaven Hall. Before he saw revered Heaven, a blue-robed man walked out of the hall. The man's face was cold, and there was a majestic look in his eyes. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor? Lord Huatian's eyes lit up. Lord Huatian? Why are you in such a hurry? Ice Transformation said in a deep voice. I'm here to find the old ancestor and ask him to withdraw the Sin Death Guard. Lord Huatian said truthfully. Oh. Then, Lord Huatian told him about the rumors and how the Sin Death Guards massacred those who came to congratulate him. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, you are the #1 person in the revered Heaven sect except for the old ancestor. You are the most qualified to say that we can't lose face for Desolation Transformation. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, you should also persuade the old ancestor. Lord Huatian said. Nonsense. Ice Transformation glared. Ah. Does the old ancestor need you to teach him how to do things? Ice Transformation said coldly. I just got the news about the firmament territory and reported it to the old ancestor. Lord Huatian, you are the descendant of the saints. Don't lose face for the saints for no reason. Ice Transformation said coldly. Ice Transformation Grand Ancestor, what did I do wrong? Lord Huatian said in surprise. What did you do wrong? Go back and think about it. Ask the old ancestor to withdraw the Sin Death Guards. Are you a saint or is the old ancestor a saint? Ice Transformation said coldly. Lord Huatian suddenly quivered. Yes. Lord Huatian knows his mistake. Outside the Sin Death Villa. The Sin Death Guards massacred the noisy cultivators, and the effect was extremely obvious. Soon, many cultivators were forced to stay 100 miles away. One by one, they could only stand 100 miles away and keep scolding. No one dared to scold the saints. They could only say that Yang Chuan had bewitched desolation. Just like that, a few more days passed. Outside the Sin Death Villa, 3 figures came. One was a gorilla, and the other 2 were men. They were Blind Kong, Demon King Kong, and Kong Aotian. Yang Chuan actually came to the netherworld, Demon King Kong said with a solemn expression. He still remembered that in the sealed world, Demon King Kong and Yang Chuan fought once. At that time, Yang Chuan used the power of the world to tear off Demon King Kong's arm, and Kong Aotian was turned into a gorilla. More than 5,000 years had passed, and Demon King Kong was still brooding. Although he was seriously injured at that time, he was still defeated in the end. Although he was unwilling, the result could not be changed. Blind Kong couldn't see with his eyes, so he stood in the distance and sensed with his heart for a while. Demon King Kong, are you sure that Yang Chuan has half of the Kong family's bloodline? Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Yes, I can't be wrong, but unfortunately. Demon King Kong's expression turned ugly. Elder, not only did Yang Chuan's wife cause me to become like this, but it seems that the heaven-seeking token is also in Yang Chuan's hands, the gorilla said anxiously. Blind Kong took a deep breath. The Kong family has produced an extraordinary person, but unfortunately, he's a distant relative. Elder, the family head said that this matter not only requires Kong Aotian to return to his human body, but also the heaven-seeking token. What is the use of this heaven-seeking token? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Heaven-seeking token? Its most basic use is to ask the heavens and hold the heavens accountable, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Oh! Although the Kong family has declined a lot, in the ancient times, our Kong family did not lose to anyone. At that time, the Yin family was the representative of the heavens and ruled the world. Although our Kong family did not have much to do with the heavens, as long as we saw something wrong with the heavens, we could hold the heavens accountable with the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Ah! Hold the heavens accountable? Does the heavens really listen? The gorilla said in surprise. Yes, although I don't know why. Perhaps only the family head knows this secret, but the heavens did listen to the Kong family's opinions in the past. Blind Kong said. The gorilla and Demon King Kong were shocked and confused. Then what other uses are there? Demon King Kong asked curiously. Other uses? That is what we need to do. First, we need a male descendant to give birth to a Tao god, and then use the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Use? How? What can it do? The gorilla was curious because he was that Tao god. Only the family head knows the specifics. I only know that it can push the family to the peak and restore the glory of the ancient times. No, it can even exceed the glory of the ancient times. The heaven-seeking token is the root of the Kong family. Last time, I calculated the possibility of a Tao god being born in the family, and that was why the family head allowed you to leave the family with the heaven-seeking token. You succeeded, Blind Kong said in a deep voice. Why didn't you take it in these 5,000 years? Demon King Kong asked in confusion. I calculated that the heaven-seeking token is in Yang Chuan's hands. It can't be lost. Moreover, the family had other matters to attend to at that time. But now, the other matters of the family are almost settled. Now, it's time to ask about the heavenly order and the Tao God. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Let's go. Take me to see Yang Chuan. Yes. Demon King Kong nodded. The 2 men and the gorilla walked inside. Stop. Suddenly, a condemned death guard shouted. Inform Mournful Flower. Tell him that I am Demon King Kong. I am here to see Yang Chuan. Demon King Kong shouted. Not far away, the condemned death guard raised his eyebrows. After all, the 2 men and the gorilla were different from the others. Wait. The condemned death guard immediately went back to report. In the condemned death hall. Demon King Kong? There is also a blind man. Blind Kong? Gorilla. Kong Aotian. Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Sage King, the Yin family has records. Although the Kong family was not the strongest family in the ancient times, it was the most special one. That was because the Kong family was qualified to blame the heavens. The Yin family does not know the specific reason, Yin Hentian said. Blame the heavens? Heaven-seeking token? Heaven-seeking token? Yang Chuan looked pensive. Sage King, do you want to summon them? Mournful Flower asked. Let them in. Yang Chuan nodded. Chapter 1194. Sin and Death Hall. Yang Chuan sat on a throne while Gui Guzi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Hua Desolation stood at the door. Please enter, Hua Desolation said with a smile. Thank you. Blind Kong nodded. Demon King Kong frowned. Kong Aotian, on the other hand, rushed into the main hall. The three of them entered in the blink of an eye. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Yang Chuan sitting there. He did not stand up to greet them. Yang Chuan. Kong Aotian shouted as he looked at Yang Chuan. Anger flashed in his eyes. Although the curse was cast by ZZ, without Yang Chuan, none of this would have happened. Demon King Kong also looked at Yang Chuan coldly. He still remembered the grudge of losing his arm. Only the blind Kong had a calm expression on his face. Demon King Kong? It's been 5,000 years. We meet again. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. Yang Di? Blind Kong suddenly said. When Blind Kong spoke, Demon King Kong and Kong Aotian immediately fell silent. You're Blind Kong? Yang Chuan asked with a trace of doubt. I'm blind. I came from afar. May I have a seat? Blind Kong said with a smile. Yang Chuan looked at Blind Kong curiously. Was Blind Kong trying to talk to them on equal terms? Take a seat, Yang Chuan said. Hua Desolation nodded immediately. He reached out and brought over a chair. 1. Demon King Kong raised his eyebrows. Anger flashed in his eyes. Kong Aotian screamed on the spot. Only one chair? Yang Chuan, what is the meaning of this? Kong Aotian said angrily. You're a guest from afar. I welcome you. As for you too. Haha, you're no match for Blind Kong. Yang Chuan smiled. You. Demon King Kong glared. Gui Guzi laughed. Demon King Kong? If the Holy King says you don't have the right to sit, then you don't have the right to sit. Here, even I am standing, let alone you. It wasn't that Yang Chuan was deliberately making things difficult for them. It was just that Yang Chuan wanted to see their attitudes. Although this was the first time Blind Kong had met him, he had heard of him over the years. He was a fate usurper and a cultivator of fate. He was the brains of the Kong family. Yang Chuan naturally treated it seriously. Many thanks, Yang Di. Blind Kong nodded. He touched the chair and slowly sat down. Haha, Yang Chuan, do you think it's still 5,000 years ago? 5,000 years ago, I was heavily injured. 5,000 years ago, you mobilized the power of a nation. Mph, you were lucky enough to beat me once. Do you think you can be lucky again? Demon King Kong coldly shouted. Zhou Qing spread unfavorable rumors about Yang Chuan. Of course, she wouldn't say that Yang Chuan had eaten an ancestral immortal in firmament territory. Otherwise, the number of Xiozhi who came to condemn Yang Chuan would be much less. Because of this, Demon King Kong didn't know Yang Chuan's background. Yang Chuan looked at Demon King Kong and suddenly smiled. Do you still remember what I said to you 5,000 years ago? What? Demon King Kong said in a low voice. I said, how can a defeated general speak of bravery? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, defeat me forever? Demon King Kong sneered. You don't believe me? Yang Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yang Chuan suddenly stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Demon King Kong. Whoosh! It was like a sharp blade cutting through the air with an unstoppable force. Demon King Kong's expression changed. It was too fast. Demon King Kong didn't expect Yang Chuan to suddenly attack. Instinctively, Demon King Kong reached out and pulled out a long sword. The long sword stabbed at Yang Chuan's finger. A sword energy stabbed at Yang Chuan's index finger. Bang! The sword energy shattered. Demon King Kong's expression changed. He exerted more force in his hand and rushed forward. Clang! The tip of Demon King Kong's longsword collided with Yang Chuan's index finger. Yang Chuan's right index finger was unharmed. Demon King Kong exerted as much force as he could in his hand. He looked down at the long sword in his hand and then at Yang Chuan's index finger. This is impossible. This long sword had been with Demon King Kong for many years. Demon King Kong knew how terrifying it was. Even an ancestral immortal artifact would have a mark on it. However, Yang Chuan's index finger blocked it. Moreover, Yang Chuan didn't use any magic power at all. Was it just his body? Was he from the Boulder tribe? No, even the Boulder tribe couldn't have such a sturdy body. That's what I said. Yang Chuan smiled. He exerted force with his fingertip. Bang! Demon King Kong's long sword exploded into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Demon King Kong, who had suffered the most, was forced back by Yang Chuan's finger. Thud, thud, thud. He took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Impossible. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. The gorilla Kong Outien's mouth was agape as well. One finger. Peak ancient immortal? He's just an ancient immortal after all. I've never gone back on my word. Yang Chuan said indifferently. Impossible. It's only been 5,000 years. Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King, back down, Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder. Demon King Kong was still a little shocked. You're no match for Yang Di. He's already an ancestral immortal. Also, if I'm not wrong, the minister beside him should be an ancestral immortal as well. Blind Kong said indifferently. What? The gorilla exclaimed. Demon King Kong was even more shocked. Ancestral immortal? How many years had it been? An ancestral immortal? Although Demon King Kong did not believe it, he did not dare to refute the elder's words. Yang Di, good luck. Blind Kong laughed. Blind Kong? Heh, you have good eyesight. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. Since Demon King Kong didn't know about the firmament territory, Blind Kong definitely didn't know either. However, Blind Kong could sense that he and Gigu Zi were ancestral immortals. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Yang Di, you flatter us. Demon King and Outian are not sensible. Please don't take offense. Blind Kong smiled. Demon King Kong was speechless. In fact, Yang Chuan was his junior. It was as if he was a junior. Yang Chuan looked at the gorilla and Demon King Kong and nodded. After all, we're connected by blood. I'm not that petty. May I know why you've come to me today? Yang Di, you're a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. I hope you can lift the curse on Kong Outian for the sake of our connection by blood, Blind Kong said honestly. Oh. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the gorilla. The gorilla and Demon King Kong still did not understand why the elder did not ask about the heavenly order. Blind Kong waited patiently. Yang Chuan shook his head and said, You've done something wrong. Naturally, you have to be punished. Forgive me for being powerless. Powerless? What? You cursed him. Lifting the curse is just a matter of a word from you, the gorilla said anxiously. Outian, shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Elder, Yang Chuan, he. The gorilla did not understand. I told you to shut up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Yes. The gorilla did not dare to say more. Blind Kong faced Yang Chuan again and said, Yang Di's words are reasonable. However, humans are not saints. How can they not make mistakes? Besides, even saints make mistakes. Outian made a mistake. Yang Di, on account of our connection by blood, can you give him a chance to change? Oh. Yang Chuan looked at the gorilla curiously. The gorilla was angry, but he did not dare to interrupt. Yang Chuan looked at Blind Kong strangely. What was Blind Kong's cultivation level? Yang Chuan did not know, but he could guess that someone who could see his cultivation level was definitely an ancestral immortal. And this ancestral immortal was an expert among ancestral immortals. He was not someone ordinary ancestral immortals could compare to. But such a person was going to deal with Kong Outian again and again. Blind Kong, it seems like you care a lot about Kong Outian. Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Blind Kong smiled and said, I can't help it. The Kong family has a big matter that requires a Tao god. Kong Outian is currently imprisoned by the curse. Although he is still a Tao god, he is not perfect. Elder, Demon King Kong exclaimed. Could he tell them about this matter? Moreover, it was Yang Chuan. Big matter. Yang Chuan was slightly curious. Not only was he curious about this matter, but he was also curious about Blind Kong's attitude. It is a big matter. A hope for the Kong family to rise again. Not only does it require a Tao god, but it also requires the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said very honestly. The gorilla and Demon King Kong looked at Blind Kong blankly. Could they tell him? If they did, wouldn't Yang Chuan be even more unwilling to break the curse? Yang Chuan was Yang Chuan. Demon King Kong and Kong Outian could not understand him. Moreover, from Blind Kong's attitude, Yang Chuan could not only hear a hint of pleading, but also a sense of determination. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. This was a kind of burning one's boats, but also a kind of honesty. Yang Chuan looked at Blind Kong. As expected of the Kong family's think tank. Shaking his head, Yang Chuan smiled and said, Kong Outian, you have only yourself to blame. You want to change? How to change? I haven't thought about it yet. Why don't you help me think about it? Blind Kong nodded and said calmly, Yang Di's words are reasonable. It is indeed difficult to think about it in a short time. However, I have an idea. Oh? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Rumor has it that Yang Di took the Zhou family's sky-burying coffin. Clearly, Yang Di likes this thing. Coincidentally, I also know the location of a sky-burying coffin. Let Outian go and take it to atone for his past sins. What do you think? Blind Kong said with a smile. Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the end, he smiled and said, a blind man's eyes are blind, but his heart is not blind. All right, let's take it as atonement. When you find the sky-burying coffin, you will send it to the Zhonlong territory. Ha 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 ha, Yang Di is straightforward. This blind man thanks you. Blind Kong stood up and bowed. Yang Chuan also stood up and nodded. Although Blind Kong's words were very gentle, Yang Chuan could hear that this blind man was not ordinary. Yang Chuan naturally respected someone who could be recognized by Yang Chuan. Today's conversation with Yang Di made me very emotional. Unfortunately, Yang Di is only a distant relative of the Kong family. This blind man will not disturb you any longer. I will leave revered heaven territory immediately and find the sky-burying coffin for Yang Di. Blind Kong said immediately. All right, if you have the chance in the future, you can find me in Xianyang. Yang Chuan nodded. Right, Yang Di, be careful. The Zhou family is making a big move today. A storm is coming. Be careful. Blind Kong said before leaving. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. Blind Kong also nodded and walked out of the hall with Demon King Kong and Kong Outian. Chapter 1195. The 5th of May, Venerate Heaven Territory. It was the day of Venerate Heaven's birthday. Multicolored light shone, and auspicious qi soared into the sky. Waves of fragrance lingered between heaven and earth. Countless immortal birds and divine beasts flew around Venerate Heaven Territory, and celestial music drifted in the air. It was a grand scene of prosperity. One expert after another officially headed to the square of Venerate Heaven Palace to celebrate the sage's birthday. Sin Death Hall. Yin Hentian bowed to Yang Chuan again. Thank you, Sage King. Yang Chuan said affirmatively, if you want to do it, then do it. No matter what the result is, no matter how many enemies you attract, since you are a subject of Great Shen will help you deal with any danger. Yin Henshin's eyes were filled with gratitude. The happiest thing in my life is to be a subject of great shun. Let's go. The sage's birthday is about to begin, Yang Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. After leaving Sin Death Hall, they boarded the dragon carriage and headed toward Venerate Heaven Palace. Before they arrived, they saw countless multicolored lights in the distance. Countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Venerate Heaven Territory Lord, Chen Baitian, presents the 9 Revolution Heavenly Flame Pearl to congratulate the sage on his longevity. Benevolent Tao Lord, Fu Su, presents the sage's will to congratulate the sage on his longevity. In front of Venerate Heaven Palace, a group of experts presented their treasures to congratulate the sage on his birthday. The sage had yet to appear in Venerate Heaven Palace. The sage's first disciple, Hua Bing, received everyone. Sect Master Baitian, this way please. The old ancestor has been talking about you for a long time. After this birthday, you must stay in Venerate Heaven territory for a few more days. Hua Bing received him. Benevolent Tao Lord. The old ancestor has often mentioned you. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. Please. Hua Bing smiled at an elegant and handsome man. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. The square of Venerate Heaven Palace was divided into 2 areas, the upper area and the lower area. The upper area was filled with domain lords, experts of large clans, or ancestral immortals. It was the closest to the sage. The other guests sat in the lower area. Although they could see Heaven Palace, they were still some distance. Just as everyone was greeting each other. Look, it's old Demon Yang. Someone immediately cried out. You may not know any other cultivator in the venerable heaven domain apart from the saints, but you definitely know of old Demon Yang's great achievements. Robbing the heavenly corpse casket? How bad of a reputation was that? Not long ago, he had only robbed the heavenly corpse casket. Now, several months had passed. Everyone knew that this Yang Chuan had even eaten an ancestral immortal. His strength was monstrous, and his demonic nature was rampant. The Xiozha that went to eliminate the Mo and defend the way were all killed. At this moment, the dragon carriage flew over. Many cultivators were envious. Of course, most of them were curious. Not everyone was a parrot follower. The news from the Deva Palace quickly came to the conclusion that Yang Chuan was at odds with the Zhou family. The Zhou family was a colossus. What did Yang Chuan do to deserve it? The dragon carriage landed in a corner of the square. There were a total of 16 people in the Zhou family's VIP area, including Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashing in her eyes. The expressions of the Hua clan disciples in charge of the reception also flickered. Lord Huatian's expression was ugly. Hua Bing, on the other hand, was curious and walked forward. This must be Yang Di. Hua Wuling is in great shun. Thank you for taking care of him, Hua Bing said politely. Yang Chuan looked at Hua Bing. Sage King, this is great ancestor Hua Bing. Apart from the old ancestor, he's the strongest person in the Hua clan, Hua Wuling explained. Yang Chuan shook his head and said, Hua Wuling is in great shun. He relied on his own ability. I didn't take care of him at all. Everything that he has obtained is what he deserves. Oh! Hua Bing's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yang Di, let's leave the dragon carriage here for now. The old ancestor has already arranged a seat of honor. Please. Hua Bing smiled. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. They got off the dragon carriage. Yang Chuan followed Hua Bing in front. Gui Guzi, Yin Hentian, and Hua Wuling followed behind. As the group walked through the square, the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. They opened up a path for Yang Chuan and his group to walk through. Countless cultivators looked at Yang Chuan with complicated expressions. Because Yang Chuan and his group were actually seated in the guest area? Was it just because he was an ancestral immortal? Many cultivators looked unconvinced, but no one dared to be impudent on the sage's birthday. Yang Chuan and his group stepped into the guest area. The experts in the guest area also looked over curiously. The guest area was divided into a total of 18 districts. In the Zhuo family district, the 16 people's expressions flickered. Some sneered, some mocked, some were solemn, and some were worried. Zhuo Qing's eyes flashed with resentment. In the benevolence Dao Lord district, Fu Su's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was holding a folding fan and gently pinching it with his right hand, as if he was hiding the agitation in his heart. Yang Chuan stepped into the guest area and looked around the 18 districts. When he saw Fu Su, he didn't show much of an expression. It flashed past as if he didn't care about Fu Su at all. Slowly, he was led to his own small district. With a wave of his black robe, Yang Chuan sat down. On the table, there was delicious wine and delicacies. There was everything, and there were servants beside him in charge of serving him. Gui Guzi sat at the side and said, "Sage King, a quarter of the territory lords of the outer East continent are here. There is also the Zhuo family from the inner South continent. It seems that the Zhuo family is the strongest force on this trip. They have come with ill intentions." Yang Chuan nodded. Yin Hentian looked in the direction of the Zhuo family, hatred flashing in his eyes. "Sage King, I will go and see the old ancestor," Mournful Transformation said respectfully. "Go, it's Venerable Transformation's birthday. You are also his descendant. Don't worry about us today. Also, since you are here to congratulate, this is a gift." Yang Chuan handed over a scroll. "Yes." Mournful Transformation replied. Yang Chuan of the Great Perfection Celestial Court gives Yang Chuan a handwritten scroll to congratulate the sage. Mournful Transformation raised the scroll and walked to the gift area. His own handwritten scroll? Countless cultivators looked at Yang Chuan with disdain. "Isn't this gift too stingy?" Not far away, Baitian Territory Lord laughed at Fu Su. "Haha, brother Fu Su, you and I have known each other for many years. I have seen many stingy people, but today I have seen something new." His own handwritten scroll? Haha, does he think it is the same as your sage's will? Fu Su adjusted the folding fan in his hand and shook his head slightly. "Brother Chen, you are underestimating that scroll. The sage's will that I gave you is worthless compared to it." "Oh." Chen Baitian was slightly stunned. "If you can get this scroll from the sage, I can guarantee you that it will not be long before more than half of the ancestral immortal artifacts in the world will be willing to exchange for it." Fu Su laughed. "What? It's just a scroll." Chen Baitian was in disbelief. Fu Su smiled and did not explain further. Gradually, the heavenly revered hall's square was filled with people. There were also many who came uninvited and waited outside the heavenly revered hall's square. Rumble. The door of heavenly revered hall slowly opened. In an instant, the noisy square of heavenly revered hall quieted down. Everyone looked over. The door gradually opened, and a pure white light shot out from the main hall towards everyone. For a moment, everyone who was enveloped by the white light felt a sense of comfort, as if their cultivation that had not been able to break through for many years was beginning to stir again. A white figure walked out from the white light. It was a white-robed man. He walked out slowly with a group of disciples and descendants behind him. The man's face was blurry, and no one could see him clearly. However, he had a subduing aura that made everyone worship him. "Greetings, sage." Countless cultivators stood up and bowed respectfully. Only a few people did not stand up. The man with the blurry face was the sage, Hua Zuantian. "Everyone, please take a seat," Hua Zuantian said softly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. "Thank you, sage." Everyone sat down. "This time, I am indebted to all of you for coming to my 1.5 million birthday banquet. I am eternally grateful," Hua Zuantian said gently. "You are too kind, sage. We are honored." Countless polite voices came from all around. Hua Zuantian nodded his head and said, "The ancient gods rushed about for the world. With the heavens above, they even benefited the common people. It's a pity that in the end, they still welcomed the great calamity of the ancient times. The heavens have already died, the heavenly Tao has collapsed, the world is in great sorrow, the world is in great suffering." When Hua Zuantian opened his mouth, the emotions of everyone around were stirred up. Before the ancient times, under the guidance of the heavens, all the heroes of the world fought for immortality, for transcendence, for everyone to be dragons. Unfortunately, when the great calamity arrived, no one could stop it. Even the heavens fell in the great calamity. The common people suffered. We only hope that when the great calamity comes again, the common people can survive. Hua Zuantian sighed slightly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings frowned. Clearly, what Hua Zuantian said now was somewhat different from the birthday celebration. It was as if he saw through everyone's doubts. Hua Zuantian took a deep breath and said, "It's been 1,000,000 years. It's been a long time. Perhaps the great calamity will come again. Once it comes, none of the common people of our world will be spared." What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed blank expressions. Everyone knows that I, Hua Zuantian, do not pay attention to the occasion. In the past, I have never held such a feast. This time, I have invited the heroes of the underworld's eastern continent. Of course, more than half of them were unable to come. However, to be able to come, I am already satisfied, Hua Zuantian said. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. Could it be that it was not for the birthday celebration? Not long ago, I came into contact with the other 3 saints. I am willing to use the knowledge of us 4 saints to strengthen the world. Starting from me, we will each preach the Tao. I hope that everyone will not make this trip in vain, Hua Zuantian said solemnly. Preach the Tao? Wu tilde 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 tilde. The square of the heavenly hall suddenly exploded like a pot. Saint preaching the Tao? Saint preaching the Tao? Today. Countless cultivators revealed excited expressions. They rejoiced that they could come to the birthday celebration. One had to know that the saints were now the pinnacle existences of the world. When the saints preached the Tao, every word would be perfect. That was the cultivation experience of the saints. Saints' kindness. Saints' kindness. Excited cheers came from all directions. Chapter 1196. A Sage's Sermon. In the square of revered Heaven Hall, countless cultivators were jubilant. The cultivation experience of a sage could be immensely useful with just a few words. The guest area was jubilant. In the guest area, the 18 forces had different expressions. Some were happy, while others were thoughtful. Among them, Yang Chuan revealed a thoughtful smile. Birthday? Sermon? Yang Chuan had the memories of his first life, so he naturally knew how rare a sage was. In a complete world, the number of sages was fixed. There were 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld. There could only be a few. If one wanted to become a sage, one had to die to give up the position of a sage. Now that the world was damaged, there were only 4 sages in both the world of the living and the netherworld. It would be even more difficult to become a sage. And one way to become a sage was to kill a sage. Sermon, strengthen other cultivators, and then kill them. Hua Zuantian was obviously not so selfless. Therefore, he used the birthday banquet as an excuse to invite the cultivators of the eastern continent. Those who could come were not evil with the sage. They were not evil and had more or less received his favor. These people would only admire him more in the future. Hua Zuantian waved his hand. All the jubilant cultivators suddenly quieted down and looked at the northernmost Hua Zuantian. In the distance, there were countless uninvited cultivators. At this moment, they were also looking forward to it. Among them, there were 2 forces who did not show any joy. One of them was a mountain forest. The emperor was standing in a secluded place with his 12 disciples. The emperor had a complicated expression as he looked at Yang Chuan in the distance. The emperor was originally comprehending the Tao at the bottom of the sea, but since Yang Chuan passed by that day, the emperor had been unable to calm down. The emperor kept reminding himself that Yang Chuan was the descendant of the enemy who killed his father and should be killed. However, for some reason, he could not help but come to revered heaven territory. The 12 disciples did not know why, but they stood behind respectfully. The emperor watched quietly. In another valley, there was a group of men in black. Each of them carried a long sword on their back. The leader let out a sneer. Sermon? Ha, ridiculous. In front of revered Heaven Hall, Hua Bing had already prepared a large praying mat for the sage. They were waiting for the sage to sit down and start the sermon. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hua Zuntian. Sage. Sage Hua Zuntian's voice suddenly. In the Zhuo clan's area, Zhuo Qing stood up. Everyone raised their eyebrows. The sage is about to preach. Why are you interrupting? Daoist Zhuo Qing? Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. Zhuo Qing smiled and said, the purpose of the sage's preaching is to make all the cultivators in the world stronger, for the sake of all the people in the world. However, not all of the cultivators here can understand the sage's intention. Why don't the sage let everyone understand why? Oh. Hua Zuntian asked doubtfully. Zhuo Qing has overstep. Zhuo Qing bowed towards Hua Zuntian. Hua Zuntian nodded. Zhuo Qing walked to the center of the square. Everyone, why did the heavenly Tao of our world collapse? Why did heaven die? Do you all know where the disasters come from? Zhuo Qinglang shouted. Many cultivators in the surroundings frowned and felt puzzled. Some knew, but even more did not. However, where Yang Chuan was, Yin Henshin's pupils shrank. Everyone knows about the great calamity of the ancient times, Zhuo Qing said. Everyone knows about that battle. Our world was turned upside down by a transcender called the Lotus God. Heroes perished, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the high heavens died. Do you know the details? What exactly happened? Someone shouted. What happened? Let me tell everyone. First, everyone must understand one thing. Where did heaven and earth come from? Where did it come from? The surroundings were silent. Infinity gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Taiji is our world. Our world was born from infinity. Infinity is nothingness. It is nothingness. From nothingness, our current being was born. And this being was born in a total of 4 worlds. Our world is one of them, Zhuo Qing explained. What? 4 worlds? 4. Suddenly, there was an uproar below. Many people were surprised. They thought that heaven and earth were the greatest existence. Now, there were actually 3 worlds of the same level. Everyone looked at Hua Zuntian, but Hua Zuntian nodded. The sage nodded. Obviously, there was no more falsehood. The 4 worlds are also called the 4 worlds with 4 worlds. The 4 worlds with 4 worlds with 1 being the strongest and 3 being the weakest. The strongest world is always trying to annex our 3 worlds. How? Instead of occupying, we're going to crush the world and integrate it into the strongest world. It's like using our world as fertilizer for the strongest world to nourish their world, while crushing my world and all the living creatures and dead souls in our world to become fertilizer for the strongest world. Are you willing to do that? Zhuo Qinglang shouted. Fertilizer? Living creatures and the entire world as fertilizer? Suddenly, countless cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Hua Zuntian, but only nodded. It was too terrifying. 3 weak worlds formed an alliance to fight against the strongest world. Our world is also called the weakest world. We have a long way to go. In order to strengthen our world, countless ancient experts sacrificed themselves so that our world could exist forever. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the world. They kept fighting against the demons of the strongest world. They are the heroes of our world. Zhuo Qing took a deep breath and said. The surroundings were silent. Everyone clenched their fists. The heroes were outside, resisting the demons, and the heavens were responsible for protecting the world. This world is the last pure land for all of us. We can't lose it. All the heroes risked their lives to protect our home. At that time, there was the Yin family, who represented the heavens to protect the world. The Yin family's power was unparalleled. No one dared to disobey the orders of the Yin family, because he represented the heavens. Zhuo Qing shouted. When Zhuo Qing shouted, many people recalled such a vague legend. Some people even stared at Yin Hentian, who was beside Yang Chuan. Yin Henshin's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuo Qing. Ha ha, But no one would have thought that the Yin family would betray the heavens, betray our world, and collude with the demons of the strongest world. Yes, the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God, which caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of countless experts. Even the moon in the nether world was destroyed by the Lotus God. The Yin family is a traitor to this world, a traitor to everyone. Zhuo Qing shouted firmly and looked at Yin Hentian. Hua Qiliang was anxious. He looked at Hua Zuantian, wondering why the old ancestor would tolerate Zhuo Qing to steal the limelight on his birthday. Zhuo Qing looked at Yin Hentian. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian as well. The Yin family caused the fall of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the loss of our world's dreams. They colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed our world. In the end, the Lotus God retreated and the Yin family was hunted down by thousands of sects. Should we kill the Yin family? Zhuo Qing looked at everyone. We should kill them. Suddenly, many cultivators shouted. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease public anger. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease the heavens. If we don't kill them, we will be letting down all the experts who fell in the great ancient calamity. Moreover, during that battle, the Lotus God had not yet transcended. It was because of the bloody massacre of our world that the Lotus God had the opportunity to transcend. Finally, he transcended and became immortal. Zhuo Qing said. Killing the world to prove immortality. Many people know that the Zhuo family and the Yin family have a great enmity. The Zhuo family hates that we can't eat their flesh, drink their blood, break their bones, and sleep on their skin. It's because of them that our world is so bleak. The Yin family has suffered countless casualties, but there is one right in front of us. Yin Hentian, how long do you want to hide? Traitor, are you worthy of the heavens' trust? Just a few months ago, you colluded with Yang Chuan to rob the heavenly corpse coffin. Yin Hentian, do you know your crime? Zhuo Qing shouted. The shout seemed to have aroused everyone's anger. They all stared at Yin Hentian. Today, I will kill you in front of everyone in the world to appease the heavens, to comfort the world. Zhuo Qing shouted. At this moment, after a long reprimand, the killing of Yin Hentian was inevitable. Ha 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 ha, Zhuo Qing, what a shameless Zhuo family. Yin Hentian laughed angrily. The surrounding cultivators fell silent. Yin Hentian stood up and bowed to Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan nodded. Yin Hentian also stepped forward. Sage, I don't know how your relationship with the Zhuo clan has reached this stage after 1,000,000 years. You actually allowed the Zhuo clan to seek revenge on your birthday. Yin Hentian questioned. Hua Zuantian did not answer. This time, when we came to celebrate the birthday, we wanted to wait until the end to ask the sage to make the decision to clear the Yin family's name. But now, it seems that the sage can't distinguish between right and wrong. Even if we announce our innocence to the world, we won't be able to get justice. Yin Hentian said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, innocence. It's been 1,000,000 years. Your Yin family didn't say anything 1,000,000 years ago. Now, you're saying you're innocent. Zhuo Qing sneered. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and said, Innocent? Can you prove the Yin family's innocence? If I say we're innocent, I naturally have evidence. 1,000,000 years. That's because I didn't get the chance. Sage, before you became a sage, you went through an ancient calamity. You were one of the 360 overgods of the heavens and resisted the attack of the strongest demons. Do you still remember the tragedy of that year? Do you want to give justice to the heavens? Don't you want to talk nonsense now? Yin Hentian said solemnly. I have received countless favors from the heavens. Today, if you have evidence, you can take it out. If you can really prove the Yin family's innocence, I will give you justice, the sage said solemnly. Zhuo Qing sneered. Back then, thousands of sects forced the Yin family. At that time, the Yin family head did not have evidence to prove their innocence. Now, 1,000,000 years had passed. What evidence could he have? Chapter 1197. Countless cultivators looked at the three people at the front of the square. They were the sage, Zhuo Qing, and Yin Hentian. It was time for Yin Hentian to take out the evidence to prove the Yin clan's innocence. Yin Hentian stared at Zhuo Qing and said, "Since you have mentioned the great ancient calamity, why don't you make it clear?" Zhuo Qing raised an eyebrow. Yin Hentian looked at all the cultivators around him and took a deep breath. "Everyone, I, Yin Hentian, have stepped forward today. I will not run away from what happened in the past. Please be my Yin clan's witness. If my Yin clan is really innocent, please spread the word of mouth and tell the world about the injustice that my Yin clan has suffered for 1,000,000 years." As he spoke, Yin Hentian bowed to everyone. This bow calmed the anger of the countless cultivators in the surroundings. "Haha, why don't you say it?" Zhuo Qing sneered. Yin Hentian looked at Hua Zuantian. "Heaven is dead. You 4 sages and 2 heavenly emperors should take responsibility for the world. Please correct me." Yin Hentian took a deep breath and said, "Speak." The sage nodded. 4 worlds. 3 weak worlds fought against the strongest world. Where did they fight back? It was at a place called Heavens Beyond. There were many heroes of our world there. They threw away their lives and fought for our world, for our home. No, if they went to Heavens Beyond, they would die. It was just a matter of time. However, they did not hesitate. They could have enjoyed everything in this world, but they still went to Heavens Beyond. Am I right? Yin Hentian said solemnly. That's right. The battlefield of the 4 worlds is at Heavens Beyond. The sage nodded. Countless cultivators around were confused. Heavens Beyond? Originally, our world had an entrance to the Heavens Beyond battlefield. Am I right? Yin Hentian said. That's right. There are only 2 ways for the Lotus God to enter our world. The first way is to enter the Heavens Beyond battlefield. The second way is to pass through Wuji and enter our world from the void. However, the void is not a place for humans to live. After a long time, one would be turned into nothingness and disappear. However, at that time, our heroes were guarding the entrance to Heavens Beyond. Hence, the Lotus God came through Wuji and paid a huge price. The Lotus God's body was turned into nothingness. Yin Hentian explained. Countless cultivators around listened attentively. That's right. The sage nodded. When she first entered our world, the Lotus God was extremely weak. The power of our world is different from that of the Lotus God's cultivation. The Lotus God managed to recover some of her strength, but it was impossible for her to overturn the entire world. To overturn the world, the Lotus God needed the power of the strongest world. But who would have thought that the Lotus God had a spatial gate that could cross space and connect to the strongest world? In the strongest world, the Lotus God had prepared an endless amount of power. Once it reached our world, it would cross space to obtain it. Yin Hentian said. Worry appeared on the faces of countless cultivators in the surroundings. Spatial power? Perhaps other cultivators might not be able to sense it, but the heavens are mysterious. She understands the power of space and instantly sensed that something was wrong. At that time, she quickly asked my Yin family to gather 360 top experts in the world to set up a skylock array to seal the void and cut off the space door of the Lotus God. This made it so that the Lotus God's power could not enter this world. Said Yin Hentian. That's right. The heavens did it back then. The sage nodded. They did it. The Lotus God might have been killed by the heavens in this world. My Yin family was responsible for passing down the orders of the heavens. Everything was done in an orderly manner. However, something happened when the 360 top experts set up the array. The sealing of space and time failed. Yin Hentian said hatefully. Ha 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 ha. That's right. It failed. Your Yin family colluded with the Lotus God. This skylock array did not follow the instructions of the heavens at all. Zhuo Qing interrupted. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. However, Yin Hentian revealed a cold smile and said, Zhuo Qing, I have not finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? Humph. The skylock array was passed down by the heavens. It would definitely be able to block the Lotus God before she transcended. If your Yin family did not set up the array wrongly, would such a thing have happened? Zhuo Qing sneered. The truth is not something you can slander. Yin Hentian shook his head. Humph. Let's see how you explain this. Zhuo Qing said coldly. Yin Hentian looked around and then at the sage. Sage, you know that of the 360 top experts, my Yin family had 36. In the end, more than half of the 360 experts were killed by the Lotus God. My Yin family's 36 people all died. How could my Yin family allow one of our own to be killed? Heh. The sage's tone turned grave. The surrounding cultivators also revealed confused expressions. Who told you to believe the Lotus God? The Lotus God went back on her words. All your efforts were for naught. Zhuo Qing said viciously. Ha. Yin Hentian sneered. Someone did collude with the Lotus God. However, it was not my Yin family. Back then, everything was fine in the Skylock array. However, something happened at one of the nodes. Someone must have colluded with the Lotus God because the 360 experts under the Skylock array were all protected by the heavens. No one could hurt them. Even the weak Lotus God back then could not do it. However, something happened. Someone colluded with the Lotus God. Who was it? Who was it? It has been 1 million years. My Yin family has been investigating for too long. Countless disciples died, but we could not find anything. Yin Hentian said with a bitter smile. Humph. Keep making things up. Zhuo Qing sneered. The Skylock array collapsed, and the Lotus God's evil plan succeeded. Surging evil energy surged, and the Lotus God regained her strength. She destroyed the world, killed countless experts, and destroyed the sun of the netherworld. It could be said that the Lotus God was the only one who collapsed. When the heroes of outer heaven received the news and rushed back, the heavenly Tao had already collapsed. The world's essence energy was greatly damaged, and the Lotus God was forced away. However, the heavens were not dead at that time. Yin Hentian said. What? Wasn't the Lotus God the one who killed the heavens? Countless cultivators looked at the sage in shock. The sage nodded and said, that's right. At that time, the heavens were not dead. After the heavenly Tao collapsed, the heavens fell into a weakened state. They survived for hundreds of years before falling completely. The surrounding cultivators looked at the sage in shock. Since the sage spoke, naturally, it would not be false. It turned out that there was such a secret behind this. Perhaps everyone does not know this, but the heavenly human palace in the firmament territory used to be where the corpse of the heavens was placed. Yin Hentian said with a bitter smile. Oh. The heavens. Back then, cultivators were mysterious. They advanced to the heavens and controlled the heavens. However, they were not controlled by their physical bodies but by their primordial spirits. The primordial spirits became the heavens, and when the primordial spirits left the body, they left behind the corpse. The corpse remained in the heavenly human palace. The surrounding territories are called Reverence Heaven Territory, Reverence Heaven Territory, Rights Heaven Territory, and Reverence Heaven Territory. They were all believers of the heavens back then. Sage, your name was also changed because you feared the heavens back then, right? Yin Hentian asked with a smile. Reverence Heaven? Reverence Heaven? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed shocked expressions. Really? Before the sage could speak, Chen Baitian, who was sitting beside Fu Su in the guest area, suddenly said, that's right. I can testify that my ancestor once told me that the surrounding territories used to be the most loyal believers of the heavens. My ancestor also requested that if anyone from the Chen family became the new ruler of the Reverence Heaven Territory, he would change his name to Chen Baitian. He would forever believe in the heavens and worship the heavens. As Chen Baitian spoke, everyone looked at the sage. That's right. I am indebted to the heavens for taking care of me back then. The sage nodded. Ha 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 ha. Back then, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the heaven's vitality was greatly damaged. No, its foundation was damaged. It bitterly held on for a few hundred years, sometimes in a coma, sometimes awake. During these few hundred years, the Zhuo family appeared and provoked the world to kill the Yin family. They said that the Yin family colluded with the Lotus God and betrayed the heavens. They invited the world to kill the Yin family. Is that right? Yin Hentian looked at Zhuoqing. Colluding with the Lotus God? You should have expected this outcome. Zhuoqing said coldly. Yin Hentian looked at Hua Zuantian and bowed respectfully to him. Thanks to Saint's righteousness back then, thousands of sects hunted us down. The believers of heaven were the craziest group of people. Only you, Saint, did not kill them all. The Yin family thanks you. I was also injured back then. There was nothing I could do. The sage shook his head. But in the end, you did not pursue my Yin family. Otherwise, I might not be standing here now. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Yin Hentian turned to look at Zhuoqing and said, Zhuo family? Ha 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 ha. You were just a servant of my Yin family back then, but you betrayed your master. What a vicious heart. My Yin family has treated the Zhuo family well for so many years, but who would have thought that we raised an ingrate bastard, colluding with the Lotus God? Everyone has the right to kill you. You still expect my Zhuo family to wallow in the mire with you? Zhuoqing said coldly. Yin Hentian did not look at Zhuoqing. Instead, he looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, too many things happened in those few hundred years. The heavens were sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. My Yin family did not participate in many things, so we are not clear about it. I only learned some news recently, and it was sealed by the large sects and families. Now, I will announce it to everyone. I believe that this news is more important than countless cultivation secret techniques. Blood curse. Many of the surrounding cultivators were confused. As for the ancestral immortals, their expressions changed. They looked at the sage. The sage did not stop him. When the heavens woke up, it gathered all the ancestral immortals and placed a huge curse. The number of ancestral immortals in the world was fixed. Everyone's fate was cursed. Only by killing the ancestral immortals could the curse be lifted and one could advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Hentian said. What? The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one advance to the ancestral immortal realm. There is no secret technique. There is only one way. Kill. Sage, am I right? Yin Hentian looked at the sage. The surrounding ancient immortals were excited as they stared at the sage. Countless ancient immortals had been searching for a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. Some of them were even willing to join the big families as slaves just to find a way to advance to the ancestral immortal realm. It was actually this. The sage was in a difficult position. Sage, the will of the heavens is for the world to become stronger. However, if the tyrants seal off the news, how can they face the will of the heavens? You are the heavens. Please respect the will of the heavens, Yin Hentian said solemnly. After a moment of silence, the sage finally nodded. That's right. Wow. On the square, the ancient immortals were in an uproar. There were even some ancient immortals who were crying tears of joy. Killing the ancestral immortals was difficult. It was indeed difficult. However, there was always hope. It was better than no hope at all. Instantly, the countless ancient immortals looked at Yin Hentian. At least, they did not hate him as much as before. Zhuoqing's face turned ugly. Yin Hentian was challenging the bottom line of the wealthy families in the world. If this news were to spread, the world would definitely be in an uproar. Was he crazy? Yes, he was a lunatic. It was good that only he knew this. Why did he have to say it out loud? Didn't he see that none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him? Everyone. Yin Hentian shouted again. The excited ancient immortals stopped talking. At least, they continued to listen to the hope that Yin Hentian had brought to them. In those few hundred years, the heavens were dying. My Yin family was being hunted down endlessly. Ha ha ha. However, Zhuo family, do you think that the Zhuo family can replace my Yin family? Did the heavens trust you? Ah! Yin Hentian looked at Zhuoqing. Zhuoqing's face darkened. Around them, countless cultivators were deep in thought. At that time, the heavens were so weak that they often fainted. They could not make arrangements for the world. When the Zhuo family launched the war to destroy the Yin family, the heavens did not trust the Zhou family. Instantly, more people started to suspect the betrayal of the Yin family. Otherwise, why would the heavens not trust the Zhou family? My Zhou family was implicated by your Yin family. The heavens did not trust your Yin family. My Zhou family and your Yin family were in an alliance. Naturally, the heavens rejected us. Zhou Qing shouted coldly. Alliance. Haha, are you worthy? Alliance. We are master and servant. Remember this clearly, Yin Hentian said viciously. With just you. Zhou Qing retorted. Yin Hentian flung his sleeves and looked at the surrounding cultivators again. In those few hundred years, who did the heavens choose? Everyone should know that the heavens chose Goddess Jichen. Every time she woke up, Goddess Jichen would command the world. Countless cultivators held great respect for Goddess Jichen. In those few hundred years, the returning lotus god finally transcended. The hope of the heavens being alive became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was completely destroyed. During this period, the sky-burying coffin entered our world. It was obtained by Goddess Jichen. The primordial spirit of the heavens was completely destroyed and the world mourned. On that day, the experts of the world went to the territory of the heavens to cry. Goddess Jichen used the sky-burying coffin to bury the mysterious corpse of the heavens in the heavenly human palace. Yin Hentian said. Quang. Yang Chuan suddenly took out the sky-burying coffin and placed it in the middle of the square to cooperate with Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. He did not need to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, Yang Chuan still took it out. Yin Hentian bowed slightly to Yang Chuan in gratitude. After all, with the sages present, it was easy to take out the sky-burying coffin. However, it was not so easy to take it back safely. Under the Zhou family's promotion, it was the sky-burying coffin. So many people were watching. Yin Hentian took a deep breath and looked around. Perhaps some of you know that when the world mourned, Goddess Jichen used the sky-burying coffin to bury the corpse of the heavens. However, there was a strange change that day. The sky-burying coffin suddenly split into 9 coffins. This is only one of them. However, the corpse of the heavens disappeared. This was not a secret. Many people nodded their heads. The heavens are dead, and our world has reached its lowest point. However, many experts in our world have made up their minds to live and die for the world. Many ambitious and ruthless people have given up on their past pursuits. Many people have entered the heavens beyond heaven, and many people have begun to mend the heavens. They are the so-called heaven menders, and each of them is extremely noble. They have dedicated their lives and energy to the world. In order to mend the heavens, many of them have died from exhaustion. There is even an entire race that has died in order to mend the heavens. Many of them have even died. Every heaven mender is indebted to the world. Yin Hentian said. Many people nodded their heads out of habit. The Yin family seemed to be born with the ability to organize. Many people were convinced. Zhou Qing was anxious at the side. She looked at the sages, hoping that the sages would stop them. However, the sages were unmoved. It's a pity that the lotus god has transcended. The strongest world has become strong again. More and more demons have appeared. In the heavens beyond heaven battlefield, the heroes of our world have been defeated. Some demons have even invaded our world through the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven, causing disaster to our world. Yin Hentian said bitterly. The emotions of many cultivators around were stirred. They clenched their fists and looked at Yin Hentian. At that time, there were 9 peerless experts in the world. They rose up and resisted. Although they blocked the demons, they fell one after another. They were buried by Goddess Jichen in 9 heaven-burying coffins. This is not the heaven's corpse coffin, but the corpse coffin of a peerless expert. The Zhou family used this as an excuse to put it in the heavenly human palace. It was to confuse the public and achieve their hidden goal. There must be someone there at that time. I have already exposed them on the spot, Yin Hentian said. After he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Chuan again. Their original anger suddenly faded. At least, This was not the heaven's corpse coffin. Yang Chuan's guilt immediately lessened. Zhuo Qing's eyes flickered. It did not matter whether they succeeded in convicting Yang Chuan or not. The key was Yin Hentian. He was too good at talking. He had not even taken out evidence to prove his innocence, but the surrounding cultivators no longer hated him. In the past, the world was in a bleak state. 9 peerless experts perished. However, there were still demons that constantly entered our world through the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichen was kind. She sacrificed herself and used her own primordial spirit to mend the entrance of the sky beyond heaven. She used her body to mend the sky beyond heaven. Goddess Jichen sacrificed herself for the sake of the people of the world and isolated the sky beyond heaven. She was revered by the people of the world. However, did you know that there were many heroes in the sky beyond heaven who were isolated and without help? Countless cultivators clenched their fists. For a moment, Yin Hentian seemed to have stolen the limelight. This made countless cultivators think of the ancient experts. Everyone, you said that I, the Holy King, stole the heaven's corpse coffin. However, this is no longer the heaven's corpse coffin. On the contrary, it was used by evil people. You are helping evil people, Yin Hentian said. Immediately, some of the surrounding cultivators lowered their heads. However, even more people insisted on their own thoughts. Some people do not believe it. Haha. Some people have forgotten their roots. If anyone goes to the Yang world, they will know that not long ago, many people went to the Yang world to destroy Goddess Jichen's tomb. Goddess Jichen's corpse was found there. It was the Holy King, the old demon Yang you all speak of. It was he who protected Goddess Jichen's corpse and reburied it, for the world to remember. Is such a person the old demon you all speak of? I feel that he is more noble than some people. Yin Hentian shouted. What? The surrounding cultivators immediately discussed. I also testify. Desolation Hua suddenly said. The Holy King looked at Desolation Hua and did not refute. For a moment, countless cultivators no longer looked at Yang Chuan with the same hatred as before. Chapter 1198. After talking for so long, where's your evidence? You were the one who picked the 360 top experts to set up the array. Do you want to frame them? 1,000,000 years ago, you didn't even succeed. Now, you want to frame them? Zhuo Qing sneered. Frame them? Ha ha ha, if my Yin family didn't do anything for the world, how could we be authorized by the heavens? Yin Hentian laughed. Yin Hentian suddenly looked at the sage. Sage, do you still remember Yin Jiqing, the family head who set up the array? Yin Hentian asked solemnly. Yes, before the ancient calamity, Yin Jiqing and I drank and chatted many times. Unfortunately, the sage sighed. Unfortunately, haha, my ancestor met with such a calamity and was spurned by the world. My ancestor was able to rule the world in the past and was naturally very powerful. Although he wasn't a sage, he had few opponents below the sage level. He was chased by thousands of sects but did not fight back once. Do you know why? Yin Hentian's eyes were slightly red. Why? The sage was puzzled. My ancestor, Yin Jiqing, had a heart of sincerity to the heavens and earth. He was selfless, doing everything for the sake of the heavens and earth. Back then, he was spurned by the heavens and earth, yet he wasn't willing to harm any of the sects. He wanted to preserve the seeds of hope for the world. But in the end, my ancestor died of depression. Some people who believed in Yin Hentian were affected by his words. An ancestor could die of depression. How much faith did he have in the world? How much affection did he have for the world? Sigh. The sage sighed as if he felt sorry for Yin Jiqing. Humph, Yin Hentian, don't be hypocritical. I don't care how Yin Jiqing died, but he colluded with the Lotus God and was despised by the world. He deserved it. Zhuo Qing said in a low voice. Deserved it. Your ancestor was just a beggar picked up by my ancestor from a mass grave. It was my ancestor who gave your Zhuo family hope to survive. It was also my ancestor who created your Zhuo family. In the end, You betrayed me and now you say that my ancestor deserved it. Yin Hentian said with hatred in his eyes. Back to the topic, where's the evidence? Zhuo Qing shouted irritably. Yin Hentian stretched out his hand. Quang! A huge block of ice suddenly fell on the square. No, it was an ice coffin. Sealed within the ice coffin was a corpse in green. The corpse's face was filled with pity. He opened his arms and was sealed in the ice coffin. Hiss! The saint took a deep breath and subconsciously took a step back. Most people didn't see this step because almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the male corpse in the ice coffin. Only a few people saw this subtle scene. Among them, there was Yang Chuan, who had been sitting at the side the entire time. When Yang Chuan saw Hua Zuntian suddenly take a small step back, his pupils suddenly shrank. Who is this? Zhuo Qing asked in a low voice. Sage, can you please tell everyone here who the male corpse in the coffin is? Yin Hentian took a step forward and asked. Yin Zhiqing. Yin Zhiqing's corpse. It has been close to 1,000,000 years, and it has actually been carried by your Yin clanspeople all this while? The saint said in a deep voice. Yin Zhiqing. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Was this the legendary Yin Zhiqing who had colluded with the Lotus Goddess? Countless cultivators immediately widened their eyes. At this moment, Zhuo Qing was also shocked. Zhuo Qing had never seen Yin Zhiqing before, but she had heard of his name. In that generation, he was a figure who commanded the world. With one command, all sects had to listen to him. Even the saints and heavenly emperors responded to Yin Zhiqing's words. Zhuo Qing's body swayed, but she forced herself to calm down. Humph, Yin Zhiqing couldn't even prove his innocence when he was alive. How can a corpse prove his innocence? Zhuo Qing pretended to be calm. Yin Hentian, why did you take Yin Zhiqing's corpse? The saint became anxious for the first time. Yin Hentian revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head and said, my ancestor has been sincere all his life. I didn't expect that he would die of depression in the end. As he spoke, Yin Hentian looked at all the cultivators around him. He bowed solemnly to all the cultivators. Everyone, next, I will prove my Yin clan's innocence. Please watch carefully and bear witness for me. Please promote my Yin clan's innocence. Yin Hentian said solemnly. If the Yin clan is innocent, I will promote it. I will repay the favor of you telling me about the bloodbath curse. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. That person's shout was both abrupt and not abrupt at the same time. Many people here felt the same way because of that person's gaze. Although the bloodbath curse was worthless, none of the ancestral immortals in the world were willing to tell him about it. None of the noble clans were willing to tell him about it. This was a glimmer of hope, the hope of all the ancient immortals in the world. No matter what the result was, all the ancient immortals owed Yin Hentian a favor. Yin Hentian felt somewhat moved as he bowed to the crowd again. Following that, Yin Hentian erected the ice coffin. Ancestor, I, Yin Hentian, will fulfill your final wish. I am named Hentian, not because I hate the heavens but because I hate all the ungrateful people in the world. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Boom. Yin Hentian threw a palm strike at the ice coffin. The ice coffin suddenly shattered, revealing Yin Zhiqing's corpse. Yin Hentian, what are you doing? The sage asked in a low voice. Back then, my ancestor died of depression. He instructed us to prove his innocence in front of the world. He couldn't defend himself even if he wanted to. Everything he said was groundless and there was no evidence. However, nothing is absolute in this world. My ancestor placed a curse on fate, a curse on one's heart, Yin Hentian said. Heart-seeking curse? Zhuo Qing raised an eyebrow. Heart-seeking curse? You know about it. The heart-seeking curse is to let fate judge one's merits and demerits. At the cost of destroying one's soul, one's merits and demerits will appear in one's heart. Someone shouted. What? Countless people looked at Yin Zhiqing in shock. Did he not even want the chance to reincarnate? Was his heart dead? At this moment, the sage's body trembled slightly. My ancestor served justice his whole life. In the end, even when he was being hunted down, he was unwilling to harm the world. He was unwilling to do anything. In the end, his soul was destroyed. As a descendant, the only thing I can do today is to prove my ancestors' innocence. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Yin Hentian stretched out his finger and drew a line across Yin Jiqing's chest. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his inner chest. Yin Hentian, you want to destroy your ancestor's corpse. The heart-seeking curse will shatter the heart and dissipate it after 2 hours. What an unfilial descendant. Zhuo Qing sneered. Corpse. My ancestor had a clear conscience, but he was framed and died of depression. His greatest wish was to prove his innocence. Today, if my ancestor was still alive, he would definitely agree with me to dig out his heart to prove his innocence, Yin Hentian said. With that, in front of everyone, he drew a line across Yin Jiqing's chest with his index finger. A wound appeared. Perhaps because Yin Jiqing had been dead for millions of years, his blood had frozen and no blood flowed out. His chest melted and suddenly, a white light emerged from his chest. Everyone's eyes widened. Why was there light in his chest? Yin Hentian stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the glowing object. It was Yin Jiqing's heart. The weak blood vessels were quickly broken. Yin Jiqing's heart was dug out by Yin Hentian. It wasn't bright red, but white and transparent. Within the transparency, there was white light. Moreover, there were 7 holes in the heart. Heart of 7 orifices? Someone exclaimed. This is the heart of 7 orifices. Those with the heart of 7 orifices were upright and plain-spoken throughout their lives. All of them were honest gentlemen. They are virtuous. Someone shouted. This is a transparent heart of 7 orifices. This is even more flawless than the heart of 7 orifices. Another person shouted. Zhuo Qing's face turned ugly. Yang Chuan noticed that the sage's right pinky was trembling slightly. Ancestor, there is no need for the heart-seeking curse. With just the heart of 7 orifices, who would dare to say anything about you? Yin Hentian looked at the transparent heart in his palm and cried. Who knows if it's true or not? Zhuo Qing suddenly interrupted. Suddenly, Yin Hentian's eyes were filled with hatred. In the surroundings, many cultivators already believed in Yin Hentian. The heart of 7 orifices was already sufficient. Now, there was even the heart-seeking curse. Under this curse, the purer one's heart was, the fewer blemishes they would have. Could it be that Yin Jiqing's entire life was without blemishes? Was the Yin clan really wronged back then? Wronged? What a great injustice. Discussions continued in the surroundings. Who knows if it's true? A transparent heart? How can there be such a saint in the world? A flawless life? This must be fake. Zhuo Qing shouted. At this moment, Zhuo Qing was getting more and more irritated. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings had changed their attitudes. Looking at Zhuo Qing, they were also annoyed. Yin Hentian sneered and said, This time, I will naturally convince you wholeheartedly. Under the curse of my ancestor, all his memories have been sealed in his heart. Sage, my ancestor was your best friend when he was alive. Come and read his memories and prove my Yin family's innocence. Me. The sage paused and hesitated. Zhuo Qing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, she looked at the sage. The sage took a deep breath and was about to agree. Wait. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Huh. Many cultivators in the surroundings were puzzled. Yang Chuan looked at the sage and smiled. Then, he looked at the Zhuo clan and sneered. Prove the sage. I don't think we need to trouble the sage. Yang Chuan smiled. What? Many people in the surroundings were puzzled. Since Yin Jiqing's memories are sealed in this heart, there must be a lot of cultivation experiences inside. How about this? Let's hang this heart in the air and let everyone use their consciousness to read the memories at the same time. How about that? Yang Chuan said. What? Zhuo Qing was shocked. The sage also looked at Yang Chuan in shock. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up. The memories of an ancient expert. Read. Everyone was looking forward to it. Under the heart-seeking curse, the heart of 7 orifices is flawless. It seems that Yin Jiqing is indeed a virtuous person. There is nothing that he can't tell others. Since that's the case, let's let everyone see Yin Jiqing's past to prove his innocence. Everyone, no matter what you get, please spread the news to hundreds of cultivators of the same level, Yang Chuan shouted. Countless cultivators naturally agreed. Yin Hentian thought about it. Although many of the Yin clan's secrets might be exposed, so what if they were secrets now? He was the only one left in the Yin clan. Alright. Apart from the Zhuo clan, everyone can use their consciousness to check the memories. Everyone, please help my Yin clan. Yin Hentian threw the heart into the air. Whoosh. Countless cultivators quickly used their consciousness to check the transparent heart of 7 orifices. Boom. Memories quickly filled everyone's mind. There were too many memories, so it was impossible for them to remember everything. It was like a fast-forwarded camera that played continuously. There were many cultivation techniques and experiences that couldn't be seen completely. But even so, many cultivators still gained a lot. Yin Jiqing's life was gradually revealed in front of everyone. Everyone was reading the memories. Many people's faces turned solemn. This was a selfless act for the world. This was an incomprehensible noble sentiment. Many cultivators even felt like worshipping him at this moment. How could there be such a virtuous person in the world? What are you doing? Not far away, Zhuo Qing suddenly shouted angrily. The Zhuo clan looked at Yang Chuan angrily. I've already said that everyone can see it, except for the Zhuo clan. If I show you Yin Jiqing's life, it will be a stain on Yin Jiqing. Yang Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings closed their eyes and recalled this memory. For a moment, the evil aura on some cultivators' bodies seemed to have lessened. There were also Xiuzhe who suddenly had a breakthrough in their cultivation as their realms increased. Many people suddenly became pious, as if they were touched by Yin Jiqing's moral integrity. After a while, finally, someone opened his eyes. A cultivator bowed solemnly to Yin Hentian and said, Mr. Yin, I am sure that Yin Jiqing was wronged in the past. Such a virtuous person with a lifetime of merits and demerits was actually slandered to the point of death. How sad. I have received such a great favor and will do my best to clear the name of the Yin clan. Thank you. Yin Hentian knelt down with tears in his eyes. Mr. Yin, I have wronged you previously. I will testify for the Yin clan in the future. The Zhuo clan is a despicable person. How dare you talk nonsense here? The Zhuo clan is a despicable person. Suddenly, many people shouted. Sage. That heart of 7 orifices is fake. Yin Hentian deliberately faked it to deceive everyone. Am I right? Tell everyone that this is fake. This heart of 7 orifices is also fake. Zhuo Qing shouted anxiously. Fake. Many people naturally did not believe that it was fake. However, there were a few people who suddenly suspected that Yin Jiqing's moral integrity was too perfect. Was there really such a person? Was it intentional? The sage was silent for a while. It's fake, right? Zhuo Qing revealed an undetectable sinister smile. It was as if the sage's words were the final word. Around them, many people already believed that it was real. If the sage were to say that it was fake, not only would he not be able to convince the crowd, he might even cause the cultivators who were on good terms with the sage to lose their confidence in him. It's true. Yin Jiqing was wronged. The sage finally spoke. Wow. The crowd burst into an uproar again. Old ancestor, did you hear that? Your innocence has been proven. The sage has personally testified to it. Yin Hentian suddenly cried out in grief. Zhuo Qing looked at the sage in surprise. It was as if he could not believe that the sage was not on his side. Ka. In the distance, the heart of 7 orifices that was suspended in the air suddenly cracked. It was as if he had heard the result and felt gratified that his innocence had been proven. However, he could not escape the death of the curse in the end. The noise suddenly stopped as everyone looked quietly at the heart of 7 orifices that was about to disappear. Chapter 1199. Crack 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the transparent heart of 7 orifices. White mist emerged from the cracks as the heart of 7 orifices slowly dissipated. The white mist scattered in all directions. All the cultivators who came into contact with it were shocked. My hidden injuries are healed. Someone exclaimed. Mine too. How can a wound to the primordial spirit be healed? We will never forget the kindness of the Yin clan. Countless cultivators looked at the dissipating heart of 7 orifices with gratitude. Ancestor, although the Yin clan has been annihilated, we are proud of you. We have no regrets. Yin Hentian knelt before the dissipating heart of 7 orifices and wept. Countless people started to mourn for Yin Jicheng. No one could stop the dissipation of the heart of 7 orifices. Even the sages sighed. The heart of 7 orifices became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it turned into white mist and dissipated. Just as it was about to dissipate, a sorrowful sigh came from the white mist. There is no hope for transcendence. I only hope that everyone in the world can live. The voice was hoarse, but it was filled with endless hope. Even in death, Yin Jicheng did not forget about the world. In an instant, many emotional female cultivators' eyes turned red. Senior, don't worry. I will help you spread the news and prove the Yin clan's innocence, many people said sorrowfully. Zhuo Qing clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. The sage's words stirred the emotions of many people. Although Zhuo Qing was angry, she could only suppress it. Yin Hentian stood up and took out a coffin. He placed Yin Jicheng's corpse into the coffin slowly. Looking at Zhuo Qing, Yin Hentian said to Yin Jicheng's corpse in the coffin, Ancestor, don't worry. We will take back what our Yin clan has lost. Your grandson is unfilial and can only bring you along temporarily. One day, I will bury you in the Yin clan's ancestral grave. Zhuo Qing snorted coldly. When Zhuo Qing returned to her district, several experts of the Zhuo clan were discussing among themselves. If Yin Hentian doesn't die, our Zhuo clan will never have peace. That's right. Most people would not care about what happened a million years ago. Who cares about who is right and who is wrong? At most, they were just a group of people who had received the favor. As long as Yin Hentian is dead, everything will return to normal. Yes, as long as Yin Hentian doesn't die, he will definitely continue to stir up trouble. In fact, he might even cause some of the ancient sects to reconsider the matters of the past. However, if Yin Hentian dies, no one will care about what happened in the past. Yin Hentian must die. The group of Yin family's experts continued to discuss in low voices, their eyes filled with determination. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and finally sighed. Yang Di. The sage looked at Yang Chuan. Oh. Yang Chuan looked at the sage. As soon as the sage spoke, the discussions in the surroundings stopped abruptly. Yang Di, Yin Jicheng is indeed innocent, but what you did a few months ago was indeed a little too much, the sage said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Past? May I know what the sage is talking about? Gui Guzi and Yin Hentian's faces suddenly darkened. Not far away, Zhuo Qing revealed a gloating expression. The sage pointed at the sky-burying coffin that Yang Chuan had taken out earlier and said, No matter what, the sky-burying coffin was placed in the heavenly human palace that day. This coffin already symbolizes the Sky Corpse coffin. You should not have taken it out. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Should not have taken it out. Previously, Yin Hentian had already proven that this was not the Sky Corpse coffin. However, if the sage said that it was, no one could refute it. After all, the sage was right. Although it was not the Sky Corpse coffin, since it was placed in the heavenly human palace, it symbolized the Sky Corpse coffin. That's right. Hand over the Sky Corpse coffin, Zhuo Qing sneered. However, Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the sage. From the start, Yang Chuan felt that something was wrong with the sage. He seemed to be biased toward the Zhuo family. If not for Yin Hentian's irrefutable evidence, which caused the surrounding cultivators to side with Yin Hentian, the sage might not have proven Yin Jicheng's innocence. Now, the sage was targeting Xiao Chen? Ha 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 ha. What a symbolic meaning. Could it be that placing a corpse in the heavenly human palace can represent the sky corpse coffin? Yang Chuan's expression suddenly sank as he rebutted. The sage. So what? Yang Chuan still did not compromise. Hua Qiliang and Yin Henshin's expressions tensed, showing worry. However, the surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. Is this person crazy? Is he talking to the sage like this? Gui Guzi stood beside Yang Chuan, determination flashing in his eyes. So what if he is a sage? In his first life, Gui Guzi had followed the Sage King to the Great Thousand Realms. He had also been a sage. The Sage Kings would never change because of others. The Sky Corpse coffin will not tolerate blasphemy. Yang Di, please conduct yourself with dignity, the sage said. Zhuo Qing, who was at the side, revealed an excited smile. Zhuo Qing understood that the sage was trying to make up for his earlier denial. Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Sage, you should not interfere in my matters. Today, I am here to celebrate your birthday. Please do not make everyone unhappy, Yang Chuan said sullenly. The sage was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted. Ha 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 ha. Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Well said, venerated Hua, did you hear that? Those who value others should conduct themselves with dignity. Not everyone can see your intentions. The Zhuo clan. Rumor has it that you did not care about the Zhuo clan in the past. Unexpectedly, you are working so hard for the Zhuo clan's personal grudge. You are the sage of the world. When did you become the Zhuo clan's sage? Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter rang out. If Yang Chuan's earlier words were rebutting the sage, then this voice was slapping the sage's face. Who is so bold? Nearly everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a group of black-robed men standing in a valley outside the heavenly Venerate Palace's plaza. All of them carried swords on their backs. Whoosh! The group of people lifted their black robes, revealing their faces. There was a surge of sword chi between their eyebrows. The leader was even more so. His 2 green eyebrows looked like 2 bronze longswords, and the sword chi rushed out. The one who spoke was the leader. The man was dressed in a green robe, and his eyes flashed with a surge of battle intent. He took a step forward, and suddenly, stone swords emerged from the ground around his feet. Rumble. With this step, the stone swords emerged from the man's feet all the way to the heavenly Venerate Palace's plaza. Who is it? Who is this? What a powerful sword chi. My sword is shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, countless cultivators clutched their long swords with a look of surprise. Dugu Potian, the sage said in a deep voice. The Dugu clan of the southern continent. Patriarch. The world's #1 sword. Dugu Potian. Astonishment filled the air. Dugu Potian's face was cold, and he sneered. That's right, Hua Zun Tian. It has been many years since we last met. Compared to back then, you have disappointed me. Disappointed? Ha, if you are, then why did you come to my training ground? The sage said in a deep voice. Dugu Potian said arrogantly, I'm here to borrow your position as a saint. In other words, I'm here to borrow your karmic position of heaven and earth. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were speechless. Sage position? How dare you? The sage was finally angry. It's not that easy to be a sage, especially the sage of the Zhuo clan. Ha 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 ha, Hua Zun Tian, do you still remember the promise? No one has ever broken their promise to me, Dugu Potian. Those who have broken their promises have all died under my sword. Sage. Me. Dugu Potian sneered. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly pierced forward. Whoosh. The tip of the sword tore a crack in the void. A sword-shaped crack in the void pierced toward the sage. The sage immediately struck out with his palm. Boom. A huge explosion rang out. A storm suddenly appeared in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza, and a large amount of space shattered. For a time, the surrounding cultivators were knocked around by the shockwaves. Only the ancestral immortals were unscathed. Dugu Potian, follow me, the sage shouted angrily. Whoosh. The sage flew into the sky. Dugu Potian sneered and chased after him. The sage versus the number 1 sword under the heavens. Quick, let's go take a look. A large number of cultivators chased after them. After all, this was a sage's training ground. The sage did not want to destroy his training ground and injure his disciples. That was why he moved the battlefield. However, a battle between sages represented a future goal. Who would be willing to miss it? The number 1 sword under the heavens? A sage. The battle would definitely be earth-shattering. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators in Heaven Exalt Palace's plaza had left. As for the other Dugu clan disciples that Dugu Potian had brought with him, they looked at Heaven Exalt Palace with gloomy expressions and said, "Clan Master, kill the sage. We will work together and destroy the sage's training ground." Understood. Boom. Immediately, 10 vast energy swords charged over. Bastard. Hua Bing's expression changed. He quickly activated the formation. At the same time, he merged with the Heavenly Tao and led a group of Hua clan disciples toward the Dugu clan disciples in the distance. Boom. The square of Heaven Exalt Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. For a time, Heavenly Tao, Sword Chi, Saber Chi, and storms wreaked havoc everywhere. Yin Hentian and Hua Chiliang looked at the sudden change in shock. Chaos in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the Zhuo clan district. This opportunity will not come again. Extreme Yin Heavenly Toad Shield. Zhuo Qing shouted. Roar. Together with Zhuo Qing, 10 Zhuo clan experts suddenly activated a shield-shaped Dharma treasure with a toad swallowing the moon at the top. It descended from the sky and enveloped Yang Chuan and the others. Rumble. Within the shield, Yin Qi surged. A wisp of piercing coldness appeared and instantly froze the surrounding ground. The surroundings instantly turned into an ice field. Boom. Yang Chuan, Gigu Zi, and Yin Hentian were instantly enveloped. Ha ha ha, it's covered. Brothers, take advantage of the chaos and refine the 3 of them here. Zhuo Qing shouted coldly. Yes. The Zhuo clan disciples shouted in response. In the distance, when the emperor saw Yang Chuan being enveloped by the shield, his expression changed. The long saber in his hand trembled unconsciously and he quickly rushed toward the chaotic square of Heaven Exalt Palace. Chapter 1200. Heaven Revered Hall's square was in chaos. Rumble. Heavenly Tao, Sword Chi, Storm, Shattered Stones, Formation. Heaven Revered Hall square was in chaos. Most of the cultivators had already chased after the saints' battle. At this moment, most of the cultivators in the square were the saints' descendants and disciples, as well as the Dugu clan and Zhuo clan. In the guest area, the 16 Zhuo clan disciples all rushed out. Not only here, more and more Zhuo clan disciples rushed over to prevent any accidents. Refine. Zhuo Qing shouted. The Zhuo clan disciples quickly activated the Great Yin Heaven Toad cover. The toad statue above released a dark blue light, and the Great Yin Heaven Toad cover released rolling Yin Qi. Not far away, Desolation Hua's expression changed. On one side was his old ancestor, on the other side was the Saint King. For a moment, Desolation Hua did not know where to run. Looking at the direction Hua Zuntian left in, Desolation Hua quickly analyzed that he could not catch up to the old ancestor's speed, let alone help. He could only help the Saint King in front of him. Zhuo Qing, stop. Desolation Hua rushed over. Boom. Heaven Transformation Lord instantly stopped Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua, haha, this is a matter between Yin clan and Zhuo clan. The old ancestor is not willing to interfere, you should not interfere. Heaven Transformation Lord sneered. Scram. Desolation Hua shouted. HMPH, stop Desolation Hua. Heaven Transformation Lord shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of Hua clan disciples quickly blocked in front of Desolation Hua. Boom. Desolation Hua attacked without hesitation. However, Desolation Hua was only an ancient immortal after all, he could not break through. Not far away, at the dragon carriage. The Saint King was tricked. Quickly. 7 fiends shouted. Ang. Dragon 5th replied. Ang. Torvosaurus was somewhat unwilling. Old barbarian, the Saint King is not alone, if you want to die, you can stay here. 7 fiends said. When 7 fiends said this, Torvosaurus suddenly quivered. That's right, the Saint King still had a body in the world of the living. Ang! The 3 dragons rushed into the chaotic battlefield. Inside the great Yin Heaven Toad cover, Yang Chuan, Gui Guzi, and Yin Hentian were instantly covered. The inside was like a small space. Gu. Toad calls came from all directions. The trio could clearly see that there were 9 toads, each of them 10 jong tall, each one 10 jong tall, blue chi towards Yang. Boom. Gui Guzi raised his hand. Dragon Chi shield was on the verge of Hell's shield. Not good, it's the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield, a treasure of a sage in the past. Yin Hentian's expression changed as he cried out. Treasure, Hentian great treasure. That's right, Yang Chi said. In ancient times, a sage perished. Originally, it was supposed to be in the hands of the Yin clan, but now it's in the hands of the Zhuo clan. The Zhuo clan really paid a huge price this time. This is a magical treasure of a sage. Ancestor. God. Hentian. Ancestor. The Holy King is indeed the essence of the moon, just like the cold essence of the moon in the depths of the moon. With my current young body, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand it for long. Gigu Zi smiled bitterly. Moonlight essence, cold moon essence. We originally wanted to make a trip to the moon, but this saves us the trouble. Yang Chuan revealed a smile. He waved his hand. Hua! An opening suddenly appeared in front of him. The great Yin Heaven Toad cover was broken. Yin Hentian looked at the hole in front of him in astonishment. This was a sage's magic treasure. Just how strong was the Sage King? Go out. This emperor will refine this treasure and protect Yin Hentian well, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Understood. Gui Guzi replied. He took a step forward and brought Yin Hentian out of the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield. Boom. The opening that Yang Chuan had opened suddenly closed again. Boom. When the 9 Yin Toads opened their mouths, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan didn't even use a protective shield. He opened his arms and allowed the blue energy to rush into his body. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan seemed to have been hit by 9 torrents. Roar. As Yang Chuan roared, his face became ferocious. His eyes were red and 2 blood-red fangs slowly appeared in his mouth. On his back, a pair of huge black dragon bone wings rushed out. Roar. As he roared, the surging blue energy rushed towards Yang Chuan's mouth. Rumble. It was like the Milky Way had fallen and rushed straight into Yang Chuan's stomach. In the outside world, Zhuo Qing led the Zhuo family disciples to control the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield. Haha, since you have entered the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield, don't ever think of coming out. A sage's magic treasure can be refined by you. Yin Hentian, Yang Chuan, only death awaits you. Zhuo Qing said excitedly. In the distance, the dragon carriage was rushing over. In another direction, a woman holding a saber was killing her way over. Under the blade of her saber, corpses exploded instantly. What's going on? Yang Chuan's dragon carriage? Why is the 3-headed dragon so strong? Who is that woman? Why is she killing my Zhuo family people? Everyone was anxious. 3rd brother, go deal with those beasts. 5th brother, go stop that woman. Zhuo Qing said anxiously. Okay. Swoosh. The 2 figures shot off in 2 different directions. Boom. The battle between the 2 sides did not end immediately. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more difficult. 3rd brother and 5th brother are both ancestral immortals. How can this be? Zhuo Qing's expression changed. Zhuo Qing, the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield hasn't refined them yet. A Zhuo family disciple said anxiously. Not yet. Then let's wait a little longer. None of them will live. Zhuo Qing said coldly. No, Zhuo Qing, it seems that you have been having bad luck recently. Just now, you scolded Yin Hentian and lost. The sage was supposed to cooperate with us, but because of your question, he stopped. Now. The Zhuo family disciple frowned. Speaking of bad luck, Zhuo Qing became even more depressed. Bad luck is only temporary. There will definitely be no problem this time, Zhuo Qing said angrily. Who knows? Didn't these two variables come? I'm more worried that because of your bad luck, Yin Hentian might escape. That person still grumbled. Impossible. A sage treasure. How can they escape? With just them. If they escape, I'll eat this sage treasure alive, Zhuo Qing said angrily. Just as Zhuo Qing finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared on the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield. Whoosh! Gui Guzi and Yin Hentian stepped out. Zhuo Qing. The Zhuo family disciples. The Zhuo family disciples suddenly looked at Zhuo Qing. The disciple from before grumbled, I told you that you have bad luck, but you just had to come. Zhuo Qing was even more exasperated. Roar! Kill him! Follow me and kill him! Zhuo Qing shouted. Yang Chuan is still inside. That person said again. That's right. The extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield still needs an ancestral immortal to guard it. Old 6, stay here. Don't let Yang Chuan come out and ruin our plan. Second brother, Old 7, follow me to kill Yin Hentian. He must die. Zhuo Qing shouted anxiously. Gui Guzi waved his sleeve and flew toward the dragon carriage with Yin Hentian. Roar! Mr. Gui Guzi, where's the Sage King? The 7 fiends shouted. Don't worry, Sage King. Follow me. Gui Guzi shouted. Roar! The 3 dragons answered. They followed Gui Guzi and flew outside. Zhuo Qing and the 3 ancestral immortals chased after them. On the other side, a group of Zhuo family disciples blocked the Emperor's saber. Ancient immortal? She's just an ancient immortal? An ancestral immortal who was one with the heavenly Tao exclaimed. The Emperor was an ancient immortal, but this ancient immortal was too fierce. The Zhuo family disciples rushed forward. Boom! The moment the saber appeared, 10 Zhuo family disciples were instantly cut in half and thrown into the air. The ancestral immortal slashed with his sword. The Emperor's face suddenly turned sinister. Supreme saber intent. The Emperor shouted. Boom! The Emperor used the power of an ancient immortal to block the ancestral immortal's sword. Boom! The ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao shook, and the ancestral immortal was sent flying by the Emperor's sword. Sent flying? An ancestral immortal was sent flying by an ancient immortal? No, this isn't realistic. This isn't real. The ancestral immortal who was sent flying was extremely shocked and furious. Immediately, nearly 1,000 Zhuo family disciples rushed toward the Emperor in the center. The Emperor looked at the great Yin Sky Toad barrier in the distance and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Those who stand in my way, die! The Emperor roared. Screech! Wherever the saber passed, the Zhuo family disciples were all cut into pieces and sent flying. The Emperor's combat strength was shocking. Other than the ancestral immortal from before, no one else was a match for his saber. He killed his way toward the great Yin Sky Toad barrier. The Zhuo family disciples who were in charge of the great Yin Sky Toad barrier were confused. My Zhuo family sent 6 ancestral immortals and 300 ancient immortals. Why is it so difficult to kill Yin Hentian outside of Diazhen? The Zhuo family ancestral immortal who was in charge of the great Yin Sky Toad barrier was confused. On the other side, Hua Qiliang was fighting with the Hua family. Hua Qiliang, stop. The Zhuo family wants to kill Yin Hentian. The old ancestor has agreed. The Hua family disciples shouted. Shut up and scram, Hua Qiliang said anxiously. On the other side, the sky-burying coffin was still in the chaotic plaza. Lord Hua Tian suddenly appeared where the sky-burying coffin was. Sky-burying coffin? Yang Chuan cares so much about it that he didn't hesitate to offend everyone. Could there be some secret? Lord Hua Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. Lord Hua Tian reached out and grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Just as he was about to pick up the sky-burying coffin, a palm pressed down on the sky-burying coffin. Lord Hua Tian's expression changed as he looked over. It was the scholarly Fu Su, who was pressing down on the sky-burying coffin with one hand. This thing doesn't belong to you. Fu Su smiled. Lord Hua Tian's face twitched. In such a chaotic environment where blades flashed everywhere, Fu Su's calm smile was too out of place. It was too strange. "H, in my revered heaven territory, it's mine," Lord Hua Tian shouted coldly. As he spoke, a powerful ancestral immortal aura pressed down on Fu Su. However, Fu Su didn't react at all. He was still smiling. Wang. Lord Hua Tian felt a huge vibration coming from the sky-burying coffin. The vibration was so strong that even Lord Hua Tian, who had the strength of an ancestral immortal, couldn't resist it at all. Boom. Lord Hua Tian was forced back 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Standing 10 steps away, Lord Hua Tian looked at Fu Su with a face full of shock. Fu Su was also an ancestral immortal, and much stronger than him. Fu Su waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. He turned around and smiled at Lord Hua Tian before leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Who is this Fu Su? Lord Hua Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1201. The heavenly Tao around the heavenly revered palace was a mess. In the distance, in a place surrounded by mountains. Boom. 4 heavenly Tao were erected in a square formation, with one person standing in each formation. They were Zhuo Qing and the 4 Zhuo clan ancestral immortals. Gui Guzi, Yin Hentian, and the 3 dragons were trapped in the center. "Run! Let's see where you can run to," Zhuo Qing sneered arrogantly. At this moment, Gui Guzi smiled. "Who said we're running? Lord Yin, I've never seen you in action after entering great perfection for so many years. Can you hold off one of these ancestral immortals?" Gui Guzi asked. Yin Hentian took a deep breath. "Everything about the Zhuo clan was taught by my Yin clan. I might need some time to prepare for other ancestral immortals, but I can hold off one of them." "All right, too long, hold off one," Gui Guzi ordered. "Hold off. But there are 4 of them," Too Long said worriedly. "You just have to hold him back," Gui Guzi said in a low voice. "Yes, Mr. Gui Guzi, Dragon 5th and I will hold off one of them. But you have to be quick. We're just ancient immortals. We can't hold them off for long," the 7 fiends volunteered. Gui Guzi smiled at the 7 fiends and nodded. "All right, 7 fiends, I'll report this to the Sage King." Roar. The 7 fiends felt energized. They had been waiting for this sentence. "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant fools. Brothers, don't be polite to them. Yin Hentian must die," Zhuo Qing shouted. "All right." The other 3 ancestral immortals shouted. Rumble. More than 10 heavenly Tao appeared behind each of the 4 ancestral immortals. The void around them trembled as the heavenly Tao's power crushed inward. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Gui Guzi sneered. He waved his hand. Roar. Roar. Countless dragon roars could be heard from the ground. Boom. Countless dragon veins shot into the sky and surrounded the area. For a moment, endless fog filled the area. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in golden light. Derivative world. "You've already set up a derivative world." Zhuo Qing's expression changed. "A derivative world of feng shui? Give birth to a similar world? Not good. Quick, attack." Another Jiaohu said. "I still have to thank Desolation Hua for lending Hua Zuntian this saint's sword." Gui Guzi smiled. Suddenly, Gi Guzi stabbed a glowing long sword into the ground. Boom. The surrounding fog suddenly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned from illusion to reality, and a huge palace appeared out of thin air. Heaven-revered palace? Zhuo Qing's expression changed. A palace that looked exactly the same as the heavenly revered hall suddenly appeared. Moreover, a large number of transparent palaces appeared around it. As they slowly solidified, it was as if an illusion had turned into reality. It was like a replica of the heavenly revered palace in the distance. At the entrance of the revered heaven palace, Gi Guzi's body suddenly glowed with white light as he lowered his head slightly. Slowly, Gi Guzi raised his head. At that moment, everyone realized that Gi Guzi's clothes had become exactly the same as the saints. Even Gooey Goose's face was blurred. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering Gooey Goose's face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Only one kind of person would have such a form, and that was a saint. A saint was formless and formless. The heavenly Tao bestowed them with power, and they were the great Duke of the world. At that moment, Giguzi's face was also blurred. His body glowing with white light, Giguzi suddenly shouted, in front of the heavenly revered palace, "I am the Saint Hua Zun Tian. Hong tilde 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 tilde." A powerful aura erupted from Giguzi's body and spread in all directions. A saint has created a world. He actually created a saint's dojo? Zhuo Qing exclaimed. Kill. An ancestral immortal's 10 heavenly Tao came crushing down. Giguzi snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom. The 10 heavenly Tao immediately collapsed and scattered. Giguzi took a step forward and grabbed at the ancestral immortal with his palm. Bastard, bastard. The ancestral immortal roared in shock and struck with his palm. How dare you be so impudent in front of a saint? Giguzi shouted angrily. Boom. The two palms collided and the ancestral immortal was sent flying. The heavenly Tao that he had fused with shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Impersonating a saint? Impossible. There are less than 5 feng shui masters in the world who can impersonate a saint. And how can you impersonate one so well? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Giguzi swung his sleeve and shouted, "I am a saint. I will destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. I will honor the merits of the heavenly revered domain. Follow my command." Rumble. For a moment, the entire heavenly revered domain began to tremble. The earth trembled as waves of energy gathered toward Giguzi. Giguzi's aura became more and more divine. Everyone felt that his aura was becoming more and more similar to that of Hua Zun Tian. A feng shui master? How can there be such a powerful feng shui master in Diasian? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. Unparalleled sovereign heaven, great might shatters the Tao. Giguzi waved his hand again. Boom. The ancestral immortal's body fused with the heavenly Tao and exploded. The ancestral immortal was slapped to the ground by the saint that Giguzi had impersonated. Fart. The ancestral immortal spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible. The ancestral immortal cried out in shock. As for Zhuo Qing and the other 3 ancestral immortals, their mouths were agape as they stared at this scene. I've seen geomancers use derivative worlds to simulate ancestral immortals, but this is the first time I've seen a simulated sage. Moreover, it was a saint that he was not familiar with. How can there be such a powerful feng shui master? Zhuo Qing exclaimed. The other 2 ancestral immortals grew anxious as well, and they wanted to attack Giguzi as well. Boom. Yin Hentian and the 3 dragons attacked at the same time. Gooey Goozy had already finished his work. At this moment, everyone naturally understood what it meant to drag things out. Rumble. In the derivative world, a raging battle broke out. In front of the revered Heaven Hall, the sovereign's saber was like a meat grinder. Apart from ancestral immortals, anyone who touched it would be sliced into 2. Kill. 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 Along the way, the Zhuo clan's ancient immortals were no match for him. Wherever the blade passed, it was all quiet. Ah! Ancestor, save me. Granduncle, save me. Countless sounds of Jiaohu could not change the killing intent of the emperor at this moment. The ancestral immortal blocking the emperor was also very anxious at this moment. Heavenly Might Sword. A sword pierced over with a vast sword energy. The emperor's face was ferocious as he twisted his saber. Roar. The mountain-like saber energy went up against the heavens and collided with the heavenly Tao. Boom. A huge gap was slashed open in the heavenly Tao, and the saber energy directly cut through the left hand of the ancestral immortal inside. Ah! The ancestral immortal screamed. The heavenly Tao, that was the heavenly Tao, was cut open by the emperor's saber. Not far away, the Zhuo clan's disciple who was controlling the Great Yin Heaven Toad Shield had an ugly expression. How could this be? The ancestral immortal Jiaohu who was controlling the Great Yin Heaven Toad Shield said. Quick, old 6, come and help me. The ancestral immortal Jiaohu, whose hand was cut off, said. Me? Then what about the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield? Yang Chuan is still inside. He's not dead yet. Old Six said anxiously. As he spoke, Old Six suddenly saw Lord Huatian not far away. Lord Huatian, go and help him deal with that woman. Old Six said anxiously. Deal with the Emperor? Lord Huatian looked at the Emperor, who was fighting in the distance. She was just an ancient immortal, but when he saw her strength, Lord Huatian suddenly trembled. No, I'm not going. How about I help you control the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield? Lord Huatian immediately shook his head and refused. HMPH, fine. You come and control it with my Zhou clan's disciples. Old Six had no other choice. Okay. Lord Huatian immediately charged towards the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield. Lord Huatian, do you want to die? Far away, the Jiaohu, who was blocked by Desolation Transformation, said. Lord Huatian ignored Desolation Transformation and reached out to take over Old Six's job. Rumble. Lord Huatian activated the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield. Desolation Transformation anxiously looked at the disciples blocking him. Bastards, get out of the way. Desolation Transformation, Lord Huatian is right. The old ancestor has already acknowledged the Zhou clan. Don't keep making mistakes. A Zhou clan disciple shouted. The ones who keep making mistakes are you guys. Lord Huatian, that idiot, it's fine if he wants to die, but he wants to take you guys with him? Desolation Transformation said anxiously. You. Desolation Transformation, quickly wake up. The ones who aren't awake are you guys. Desolation Transformation shouted anxiously. In the distance, the two ancestral immortals were fighting the Emperor at the same time. The Emperor's eyes were cold, his short hair slightly swaying. Those who block me, die. The Emperor's fighting strength seemed to increase explosively again. Rumble. The fierce battle made the two ancestral immortals tremble in fear, even though they were standing within the heavenly Tao. Because every slash of the Emperor's was able to cut a hole in the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao. Ancient immortals couldn't shake it at all. But in front of the Emperor, it was full of holes. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt depressed. Quick, have you refined Yang Chuan yet? Old Six Jiaohu asked. No, old ancestor hasn't refined him yet, but... A Zhou clan ancient immortal said anxiously. But what? Old Six shouted. There seems to be a problem with the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield. Something's not right. The ancient immortal said anxiously. Isn't it just refining Yang Chuan? What's wrong? Could he have eaten the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield? Old Six said gloomily. He had just left for a while, and something had happened over there. Inside the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield. Zombie Yang Chuan opened his mouth and devoured the moonlight essence crazily. Rolling blue energy rushed into Yang Chuan's mouth. The 9 giant toads didn't even have time to spit it out and felt weak. That's it. ChMPH, roar. Yang Chuan's fangs grew a bit longer, and his devouring power rose again. Goo 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 goo. The 9 giant toads trembled, as if they couldn't resist at all. Bam! Yang Chuan's huge dragon bone wings flapped violently. Roar. The 9 giant toads were all pulled into Yang Chuan's mouth by Yang Chuan's great strength. Yang Chuan swallowed them together with the space inside. Rumble. To the outside world, the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield trembled violently. As it trembled, Lord Huatian and the others were at a loss. Roar. Suddenly, everyone heard a soul-shaking roar. Boom. Everyone who used the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield was sent flying by a huge force. Even Lord Huatian took a few steps back at this moment. As he retreated, he saw the surrounding space distort. He vaguely saw a huge monster with huge wings on its back and fangs in its mouth. It opened its mouth and swallowed the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield. Buzz. Everyone was shocked to see that the great Yin Heaven Toad Shield disappeared. The square was originally a mess, and at the center stood a huge zombie. Boom. The huge wings on the zombie's back slowly retracted. Yang Chuan, Yang Chuan? Lord Huatian exclaimed. His face was filled with endless fear. Lord Huatian knew that Yang Chuan was powerful. That day, he swallowed an ancestral immortal alive. Today, he even swallowed a saint's dharma treasure. That was a saint's dharma treasure. Ancestor. The Zhou family's ancient immortal roared in shock. The two ancestral immortals who were fighting the emperor in the distance were also in danger. What's wrong now? Sixth brother shouted anxiously. Yang Chuan really ate it. The Zhou family's ancient immortal shouted in panic. What? The two ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads. They saw that the great Yin Heaven Toad shield had disappeared. Only Yang Chuan was standing in the center, baring his fangs. What? The two ancestral immortals cried out in shock again. While they were distracted. Die! The emperor roared. A vast saber energy descended from the sky and slashed down vertically at a heavenly Dao. Boom! The emperor's saber split the entire heavenly Dao vertically. The ancestral immortal in the center was split in half on the spot. A huge sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the surrounding battles stopped. Even the battle between Hua Bing and the experts of the Dugu family suddenly stopped. Almost everyone looked at the heavenly Dao that was split in half in confusion. Then, they looked at the person who wielded the saber. An ancient immortal? Hua Bing exclaimed. The experts of the Dugu family also looked at the emperor in confusion. After being struck by the emperor's blade, he was also gasping for breath. However, his gasping for breath sounded like the ringing of a great bell in the ears of many people. The other ancestral immortal who was fighting the emperor was dumbfounded. The emperor also saw Yang Chuan in the distance. You're fine. The emperor was slightly stunned, but a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. I'm fine. Thank you so much this time. Yang Chuan nodded. Even if Yang Chuan was not a romantic, he could understand why the emperor rushed over. An ancient immortal was willing to fight two ancestral immortals for him. How could Yang Chuan not be touched? The emperor's expression was complicated. Chimph, no need to thank me. It has nothing to do with you. I only wanted to kill the ancestral immortal and remove the bloodbathing curse. The emperor's face turned cold again. Turning his head, the emperor no longer looked at Yang Chuan and flew into the distance. The ancestral immortal Laroliu did not dare to stop him. Congratulations, Master. Master is mighty. The 12th disciple shouted excitedly. The emperor waved his sleeve and flew away with the 12th disciple. Almost everyone in the heavenly revered hall watched the emperor leave. Whether it was the Dugu family or the Hua family, they all remembered this woman. Yang Chuan came out. Lord Huatian naturally fled in panic. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed. A huge hand grabbed Lord Huatian. Bastard, what are you doing? I'm the descendant of a sage. This is the heavenly revered hall. Jiaohu shouted. On the other side, the remaining ancestral immortal of the Zhou family did not want to fight and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yang Chuan snorted coldly. The other hand turned into a huge hand and grabbed the ancestral immortal from behind. Let go. The ancestral immortal's face changed. But Yang Chuan was faster. The two hands joined together and Lord Huatian and Laroliu were pulled face to face. Boom. The two ancestral immortals collided face to face and were instantly smashed into pieces. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.